Yeah, you have to be excited. Going to be a lot of new decks, and this is kind of always the every 2 months or like this Christmas period for us, where the one tournament right after an expansion launches, a lot of new cards, new experimentation, and players kind of putting forward their best decks that they've tested in the last 2 days. So a prime position for you guys to net deck at home and to climb ladder and maybe get to Diamond or Masters this weekend. But without further ado, Scar, let's go over the format of the tournament. Yeah, that's nothing new. In this case, everything else is new, but the format and the rules and the prize pool has not changed since really the inception of the tournament. But the players have changed a little bit. This is kind of a as usual, we have the best of the best, but in this case, I think more so than other events. I mean, looking at this lineup here, these 8 players, it is really next level stuff. Broken Ball versus Game Breaker, both in the last seasonal. Oyo versus Fresh Lobster, rematch of the finals of the last seasonal, so you can't get better than that really at the moment. Coinflip versus Dalton, of course, like you mentioned, coming back from that fight night a few weeks ago where they did get that first and second to come back into the event. And of course, just the German Civil War we always tend to see in these fight night tournaments. And then we have Thomas versus Sari. Thomas, the winner of the last seasonal. Sari, superstar player from Lebanon. So really all these players just not just very good, but that next caliber, that superstar caliber for every single one of them, I think. And we'll see who takes it. Owi did, of course, win the last seasonal. He got all that pride and glory, but winning a fight night rematch is also something. I'm sure Lobster, after losing the last 2 seasonal finals in a row, wants to start winning again and wants to start it off with a win here in this fight night tournament. Lobster, I think no introduction or player card needed for any viewers at home. If you're just tuning in and just finding out who Lobster is, he is probably just the best Runeterra player of all time until now. I think that's a bold claim, but I'm happy to make it anytime. From Germany, Timo aficionado, and just overall a really great player and great content creator as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's even broken the mold recently by switching over to aggro just to throw his opponents off after he developed a reputation for being a very good control player. And Oe, who's actually won a couple Fight Night EUs in the past, coming in from France and just being such a powerful player, right? Especially at his, at his late, a little bit of an older player, definitely way more experienced. We've seen a lot of young names come up in the Runeterra scene, so he's part of, we'll say, the old guard, so to speak, who's really holding it down for the boomers out there.
And looking at the decks for today, we mentioned it, kind of obviously the players are the stars, but the decks also, especially in this case, the new tournament after a new expansion, people want to see what the best decks are, and I think there might have been a bit of a gentleman's agreement to not bring Akshan Sivir. I know Lobster was tweeting about it. He mentioned the Discord, and I don't see Akshan Sivir in the deck list, so I'm going to guess that all 8 players agreed to it, which means we will be seeing players, having to bring some old staples, yes, but mostly going to be new decks and going to be kind of the decks that are now coming in as, the best decks from this expansion, from the new archetypes, and we're going to find out today just how good they really are, or if they'll crumble against, different other archetypes that other players are bringing as well.
So getting into Fizz Nami, this has been actually one of the breakout new decks. Players are really excited to try it. Giving Bilgewater a bit more of a buff to its elusive package allows players to kind of go back to that Burble Fish style of deck. There's a lot of cheap spells in Bandle City, and a lot of cheap spells that are also generated by Otterpuss and Kelp Maiden, so you get the pranks as well. So your Burblefish is coming online stronger than ever before. And now with this list, you don't have to necessarily rely on Mind Meld to have those big elusives for your finishers. You can just use Nami to get her on board, or Fleet Admiral Shelley. Both units will buff their allies when you cast spells when they're in play. And so then you just get either 1 or 2 really big or decently sized elusives to finish the opponent. I do like this deck. It's got a lot of finesse, surprisingly, with the pranks, when to cast them, what to cast them on, and then you have tons of information about your opponent's hand there.
And the best thing about, I think, this latest expansion with all these new champions and cards is they really filled out a lot of different archetypes that were being played before. Certain strategies were being played, but always with, one key champion and one champion that you kind of had to fill in with and didn't really feel like it felt part of that archetype or that, switch to the deck, but there was just nothing better. So many different, kind of sub-archetypes in this new expansion now have that secondary that now it all makes sense, like Draven Scion, for example, without having to go into the Jinx package, more just a straight on the board. Everything is discard synergy kind of deck. The same here with Fizz Nami, with kind of now Nami coming in as an engine that kind of buffs a wide board and really just makes sense, not just in this deck, but in a few other decks possibly as well. So very happy to see that being the case for this new expansion.
The list is very flexible as well. This is still early days, and we'll go on to maybe see some permutation of this deck. Maybe even take over the meta shortly. As we know, like, having a strong elusive win con is a great position to have in any meta game, where decks can just falter by being unable to deal with it. And you're going to catch a lot of people by surprise if they aren't properly teched for your unblockable threats. Only one stress testing in the deck. It's a new defensive spell from Bandle City. It sets the stats of the unit you cast it on to 1/6. So it's just a great way to chump one removal, essentially. Survive and then live to fight another day. And when you're playing an elusive deck, that's exactly what you want to do.
I have been seeing some shenanigans on Twitter that this is apparently targeting the Nexus. I'm not sure.
I think that was hotfixed. Nobody hit me with that one yet. Okay. I think they hotfixed it, but of course we won't tolerate any shenanigans like that in our competitive format. But it made for some funny memes for sure.
We'll be checking out one of Lobster's lists as well. It's going to be, I think, the two archetypes that really are taking over the meta. Senna Veigar Control, and also, of course, Draven Scion. Let's see Lobster's list for Senna Veigar. I know Pokrovac got to Masters playing. This is one of the decks he was playing. First one, once again, 5 seasons in a row. And a few other players have been playing this as well. I know Mogwai was doing it, had a good run in ranked as well. So
this
just
deck, yeah,
really working out for a lot of players. And overall, just a deck that likes to control the board, that kind of ramps up with its menacing darkness ability and just has ways to target Nexus later in the game as well, kind of serving as kind of like a pseudo atrocity and just a finisher for the deck as well.
The list, what I really like about this deck is that one of the major complaints that we've heard from the general player base, and I think from the competitive scene for a while, was that removal was, feeling kind of bad. The numbers just weren't lining up with some of the newer decks and minions that we were seeing in the game. And instead of just directly buffing removal, Riot gave us access to more of it, right? Being able to just generate more removal spells thanks to the darkness out of thin air allows you to keep up with your opponent's board in tempo without suddenly getting wound down and running out of card advantage. So the darkness is just a spell that units like Senna and Veigar and a handful of their followers will add to your hand. It starts out as 3 mana, slow speed, deal 2 damage, but through various abilities and champion abilities that are in the deck, you can scale up that damage and decrease the mana cost. So suddenly you have 2 mana, deal 6 that's being generated, and then you can just throw that at your opponent to just wipe their board. Sometimes, as you said, this deck will win by throwing the darkness at the Nexus, or you just generate so much removal that your opponent runs out of threats, and then you just take over the board from there with Senna, a nice just quick attack threat. And of course, we've got the new Bandle City spell at the top end, Mini Morph, 6 mana burst speed, transforms an enemy into a 3/3 and silences it. And this is just a great card for stopping any late game counter win condition or combo. So this deck is very secure when it gets to the late game. It can even stop, Scion, which is one of the other more popular decks in the meta alongside Senna Veigar in my experience.
And Scion, one of the problems it has is, of course, when it's leveled up, which it tends to be in that list because, it's very efficient at what it does. A lot of discard strings, like we said, every single card, I think, has the word discard on it somewhere in the text. But basically, it makes it very hard to deal with Scion when he's leveled up because he has the Last Breath effect. That's also a very strong rally effect and a big overwhelmed body, kind of like Tryndamere 2.0.
Yes.
Which is why Mini Morph is obviously great at dealing with the text and also the body. So it does a 2-for-1 there and is a clear answer. And I think a lot of the cards that, when you see Mini Morph revealed, for example, maybe it doesn't make that much sense. When you look at Scion, it makes a lot more sense. There's a package of cards, obviously. They're very strong, but there's counters that are also equally as strong in the control archetype. So overall, like I said before at the beginning of the tournament or the event today, I think the expansion really hit a lot of missing pieces and a lot of archetypes, but overall just feels like a very complete expansion. And I think this goes back to the devs saying that for Shurima and for Targon, the expansions weren't meant to be released how they were, but in this case for Bandle City, it is meant to be a 3-part release. So I think it'll make a lot more sense with archetypes feeling more complete as they come out, unlike with maybe Landmarks at the beginning and
Shyvana was another one that needed the full release to finally hit her full potential as well. So getting these completed archetypes means that we get a much fuller picture of how strong they're going to be. And right off the bat, we've got Veigar versus Nami. So it's going to be a standard control versus aggro matchup, right? We've got a lot of early elusive threats, a way to flood the board on the Nami Fizz side, pun intended. And then Veigar just trying to hold the fort, trying to cast that darkness, keep things under control. We see Pokey Stick in the hand, the hidden special card from Bandle City. 2 mana, deal 1 to anything, draw 1. This card it doesn't look like much on the surface, but it is exactly what this deck needs. Just a tiny little bit of extra removal and a little bit of card draw. Keeps Veigar in the opening hand. Fresh Lobster actually anticipating perhaps a slower matchup where Veigar can come down on the board, and what he's going to do is he'll passively increase the damage of the darkness as you generate them every round. So we'll see how that goes.
And of course, new cards, new decks. We're going to be going over a lot of the new cards, talking about them and making this a bit more of a beginner-friendly stream for today, because we assume most viewers aren't, yet caught up on every single card name and every single effect. And always not going to make it easy because his cards are in French, so we're going to have to go into the deck list for these. But the Kelp Maidens come down on turn 2 here, and the Pokey Stick, the Harry Potter wand in response. The moment I saw that card, I'm like, all right, we're going into Harry Potter territory. We're going to start seeing, some ginger guy coming into the deck as well later on.
But the Kelp Maidens, thanks to the special buff Purple Berry Shake, it's like suit up. Instead of setting the unit stats to a 4/4, it sets it to 3/3, allows the Kelp Maiden to complete that attack. She has Nexus Strike, Generate a Prank. It's a 1-mana spell that lets you look at 2 cards in your opponent's hand and then grant a debuff to one of those cards of your choice. Aui's playing the Yordle Squire, allowing you to generate another spell to your hand, either the Tiny Spear to grant +1 attack, or the Tiny Shield to grant +1 HP, and we see Tiny Shield being picked up there. Catalyzer being set up by Fresh Lobster. This is another unit very important for this deck's early game. Every time it strikes, your darkness is permanently stacked with +1 damage. So now once you hit that 3 damage darkness, you'll hopefully be able to cover Purple Berry Shake and be able to kill Nami when she gets down on board.
And it's that kind of the ramping engine type strategy in this deck, or card in this deck. It's gonna be the Catalyzer. Yordle Squire, of course, it works so well for the deck that always playing, because it's a cheap body to flood the board with units that you want to maybe buff later on, and also gives you a spell. So it just does everything this deck needs, basically. And Otterpuss, of course, also does everything this deck needs in very different ways. Prank gonna be obviously one of the most controversial new mechanics added to the game, and Otterpuss, when a mechanic is kind of a problem, if the cards around are like, kind of fair, okay, but Otterpuss is a very good card for 1 mana with a tune, helping Nami out as well, and just giving you a spell. I mean, just it does everything this deck needs for obviously a 0 mana essentially with a tune. So definitely worth including 3 copies of it in every deck you play.
So fortunately, that prank wasn't too bad. Just grant -1 attack power. Because the units in this deck are so shrimpy, the debuff of losing attack power doesn't matter too much. But Aoi does now have information about the Stilted Rogue Maker and the Rekindler in hand. So Veigar is going to be played by Fresh Lobster. Now, remind you, in Aoi's Fizz Nami deck, it's a deck that's all about attacking, and it doesn't have any removal, just the prank Disruption to delay those threats. Now that Veigar is in play, Aoi is just going to not really be able to remove this until Fresh Lobster decides to block with him, perhaps. Oh man, Hidden Pathways getting hit by the prank. This is how the deck functions. You use the pranks to put all these random debuffs, lower the quality of your opponent's cards by making them worse in stats or more expensive, so they have a harder time keeping up with your tempo. But now we have the darkness in hand at 3 mana, and Veigar puts the extra damage on it. We see it's already up to 4 thanks to the Catalyzer. And if Fresh Lobster elects to play the Stilted Rogue Maker, it permanently reduces the mana cost of the darkness. So now we'll have 2 mana available to play the darkness and hopefully kill this Nami before she gets too much value.
The biggest thing was with the pranks, obviously, depending on what the debuffs are and what cards they hit, they can be very, very effective. If a Zap Sprayfin is hit for -2 attack, all of a sudden, it's not really an elusive unit. It just kind of completely, it still draws, of course, and it's still maybe
turned it into a bubble bear. Let's go.
Yeah, but it's very, maybe if a 6 attack card gets reduced by 2 attack, not that big of a deal, but depending on what the debuffs are, they can really, really ruin a certain card. If you make a 0 mana card cost 2 mana, that's a problem, for example. So depending what it hits, it can be very detrimental for your game plan.
Fortunately for Fresh Lobster, the Hidden Pathways is a burst speed spell that draws 2 cards, but if you created 2 cards throughout the game, it will reduce its cost by 2. So you have to pay 5 mana for it, but it's like those desperate situations where sometimes you have to pay full cost for a Deep Meditation. It's not awful.
And the Pokey Stick there, not really killing anything, but wanting to use a spell before the Nami, gets eaten up by the darkness, just to get those extra buffs. It is a grant type effect, very important, so it will be staying on these units for, until they die. And with elusive units, that sometimes is never.
And now Fresh Lobster making the decision to strike with the Veigar here, recognizing that Aoi doesn't really want to block, but Veigar is pretty safe here now. With no spell mana, you don't have to worry about Purple Berry Shake or Pokey Stick, maybe clearing the Veigar if the 3/1 was chosen to chump there.
And of course, there's the Rekindler in this deck with both Senna and Veigar. They are kind of expensive champions, so it is worth getting the Rekindler effect, especially when they're leveled up. They just really help with your endgame strategy of finishing with the darkness onto the Nexus, and both champions help with that to some extent. So a key card to have in here as well. Hidden Pathway is drawn there for Owi. Both players now have it in hand. With the cost reduction, essentially is a 3 mana draw 2, which is, important for some decks that don't have maybe that much cycle by themselves. And there's a stress defense as well, just like the card itself says. Sets your unit to 1/6, so just a combat trick to help preserve some of your key units like Veigar or Senna.
And Owi, taking a little bit of caution here, rather than going for the open attack, going to develop further. Sees, because of Prank, you do get vision of your opponent's hand. Sees the Ishtali Sentinel with lifesteal, but because the Prank reduced that attack, even if it is played, you're still not going to be healing for a lot. And so Fresh Lobster just going to continue to go wide, get this darkness stacked up, and it's at a respectable amount of damage here.
The lifesteal down to 2 attack with the Prank, so not really ideal for a lifesteal type unit. The vulnerable there, going to be killing off still the Roadmaker for Lobster, still learning the names as we go.
Mm-hmm.
And there is the event
Horizon,
which is why Lobster was so calm in his demeanor. It is going to stop pretty much all the attack here, all from the elusives.
Yeah, so with Event Horizon, you get to select one primary target to stun, and then it spreads out and automatically stuns everything with 2 or less power. So it's going to catch these elusive units beautifully. Because Nami was answered off of the board, they didn't get a chance to get buffed up, so that's going to buy a precious amount of time for Lobster to scale up to get to this late game. And I wanted to get just a closer look at the list to remind myself. There is 1 copy of Withering Wail in this deck and 1 copy of Withering Mist. So there is still a little bit more removal in this deck that can swing this back in Lobster's favor.
And the biggest thing for Withering Wail isn't so... also, of course, start of season, aggro. Good to have, I think, anti-aggro cards in your deck. But also just to get the removals on Senna for the level up, for the different units you want to kill with a spell. Also helps as well.
And so we do have Senna available to play. There's already a Darkness in hand. You can't have more than 1 copy of the Darkness in hand. So there is a decision to be made by Lobster. Do I want to throw this Darkness out first and then play another unit so that it gives me a second one? Or do I just want to play Senna out just for the tempo, get this body?
And Senna has to be on board. She has to see the spells being played while she's on board. So it is pivotal to play her if you want that level up to happen anytime soon. Good top decks for Owi as well. Got the Nami, got the Shelly as well, which would have helped on the last attack if it was able to buff every unit on the board. They would have not been stunned by the Event Horizon, and a lot more damage would have come into the Nexus for Lobster. So hoping to start up that strategy. There isn't that much space on the board. I'm going to have to obviously decide which unit to play here. Fleet Feather Admiral Shelly is kind of the better champion compared to Nami to some degree in the late game. I think we were talking off stream. You mentioned it kind of like Merciless Hunter being the 3rd champion. It's a very impactful card in this deck.
Yeah, Fleet Admiral Shelly, 5 mana, 3/3 elusive with a tune. When you cast 2 spells, it gives +1/+1 to the rest of your board. So with a wide board like this, Fleet Admiral Shelly does make a lot of sense. Owi just plays it out though, recognizing either Shelly or Nami is going to be the sacrificial lamb for this copy of the Darkness here in Fresh Lobster's hand. And as we saw earlier with the Nami, just going to cast 2 burst speed spells before that removal connects in order to get value off of its effect.
And once again, if there's one word you want to remember from the text on Shelly, it is the word grant. It is not give, same as with Nami. So it makes that card extra powerful, which is why it was played here on the defense turn from Owi, because now every single one of these units is going to be a lot stronger and can't really be stopped by the Event Horizon anymore either.
Yeah, so we've got roughly 18 elusive damage on board, and there's going to be more to come depending if Owi wants to play the Nami and try to get even more stats, but it looks pretty strong from this position. We've got fast speed. Senna's other ability, when she's in play, your slow speed spells are accelerated to fast speed if they deal damage or they specifically say kill. So that's why the Darkness there is now fast speed, because it is a damaging spell.
And there's a Nami coming down with the Attune, gonna level up as well. I think was already leveled up probably from the Shelly coming in last turn. So there's a level up. Needs 7 attune to happen, and she does end up leveling up. And now she will be granting an even bigger buff to her weakest other ally. Instead of a +1, +0, it's going to be a +2, +1. So it can really get out of control when you have a lot of spells to cycle. In this case with Obi, and I think with this deck, in most cases, it does end up running out of fuel kind of near where it should be ending the game. And Hidden Pathways tries to help with that a little bit, but still going to be the problem most of the times. And we're seeing it here. I think this is kind of the last push from Obi, and we'll see if he can end the game here with all these elusives.
Yeah, looking at the hand from Fresh Lobster, the darkness can kill 1 elusive unit, but with the prank in hand, Fresh Lobster also sees the prank. And with the second copy of Nami becoming Ebb, you get Ebb and it transforms into Flow, and then it transforms again to a new spell, Ebb and Flow. So you get 3 spell casts out of just having 1 spell in hand. So there's going to be a lot of buffs coming through from Oe, and I think that Fresh Lobster might be forced to maybe go for Hidden Pathways to get that 1 copy of Withering Mists. I think might be one of the only ways to stop this from happening.
There's the Autopus coming down, getting to prank as well, but not going to be many cards to prank after, always starts casting, like you mentioned.
Oh no, the prank stack, by the way. So the Ishtali Sentinel has 0 base attack now, and here comes the elusive swing.
And like you mentioned, or like I mentioned with Zap's Brayfin, it's the same with this lifesteal unit here. When it's suddenly 0 attack, that's a pretty big deal. From just, small harmless pranks that end up, not just being pranked, end up maybe being game deciding in this case, with no lifesteal now on the Sentinel.
Yeah, but when it got pranked the first time to be a 2/5, Fresh Lobster recognized that it wasn't even worth it to play such an expensive unit just to try to heal for 2. Because if you're living at 1 HP or 3 HP here, it's not really that big a deal. So we'll see, because Fresh Lobster, again, has the fast speed darkness, has to take basically a huge risk against those last 2 spells in hand not being something that can buff up here.
The darkness, of course, fast speed here. Going to be a total of 14 damage coming in. So we're going to be 1 HP now for Lobster. Ebb and Flow is going to give buffs and might also just target the Nexus because there's a random target for 2 damage. But just going to be the buff will be enough. There's a stress defense coming in as well, which can be used on enemies.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. So this needs to be played preemptively. And so with Fizz now being set to a 1/6, Ebb comes through, deals random damage, picks a random target, very Bilgewater style card.
There's a Veigar level up as well. Leveling up once you've damaged for 12 points of damage with the darkness. It'll be the level up there. 2 damage on the Nexus here. And I believe Flow into Ebb and Flow, you can pick, I think, the Ebb and Flow, right? It's not random anymore?
The Ebb and then the Flow, yes. You heal an ally or your Nexus for 2. And then Ebb and Flow combines the 2 abilities, the third piece of that spell, so that it deals random. The 2 random. Yes, it deals the 2 damage randomly.
And it did not hit the Nexus. It's going to be hitting the 2 mana draw up here. So not going to be hitting Nexus. Could have hit the Nexus both times. Did not either time.
So very fortunate for Fresh Lobster. Had enough bodies in play because the elusive units weren't forcing Fresh Lobster to trade away any of his board. Those were just units that he had slowly accumulated over the course of the game, able to dive out and tank that random damage here on the Nexus. So now with Veigar leveled up, he gains the ability to now have the darkness target anything. Previously, darkness could only hit units. So now it can target the Nexus. And with Senna in play, this could be GG. When Senna attacks, you generate another copy of the darkness. At the start of the next round, Veigar will generate a copy of the darkness in hand once more. And this is all going to go onto the Nexus at fast speed. Ishtali Sentinel now being employed for its special ability. Not just the lifesteal, but now, the next time you cast darkness this round, Ishtali Sentinel duplicates the darkness, and a second copy will target the Nexus.
Basically, the entire top end of this deck is all about making the darkness target the Nexus. You know, both Veigar and Senna kind of do that to some extent, and the Sentinel here as well helps with that. So that's just the entirety of the game plan. Control the early game and the mid game. Get your champions down and leveled up for the late game, and with the Sentinel, not just for lifesteal, also for its ability, like you mentioned, is to target the Nexus and go for the lethal kill. When, you know, against a deck like always, that kind of play its own game plan, they have nothing to do against it. So that's going to be GG here. The Shen emote there from Owie missed the lethal with the ebb and flow twice on the turn that he had to end the game. We saw it last turn with a huge elusive push. Wasn't able to, and then at that point, you know, it was Lobster's turn to take over with the darkness coming in and just, you know, taking the lights out.
Stress defense came through there. We've seen it being employed mostly defensively. Setting a unit's health to 6 is a great defensive tool for protecting your own champions, your own very important units from removal spells or challenger units. But using it on the enemy, right, to remove buffs is a very important play that you needed to keep in mind when employing Bandle City in the future. So Fresh Lobster just barely able to get over the finish line there. And that's honestly what I've seen a lot of from Senna Veigar, is it looks like it's about to lose, and then Veigar turns the corner, and then the darkness bursts you down to close out the game. And for a control deck, I know a lot of players don't like their games to come down to that close and to be that far down to the wire, but I gotta say, it makes for some really exciting nail biters. And going into game 2, we now have a Scion Draven mirror match.
And this is kind of the you know, the decks we didn't highlight because it's the deck that has been brought by most of the competitors today. I think it is 6 out of 8, I believe, or 5 out of 8 have brought this new archetype to the tournament. So we'll be seeing a lot of it today. And, you know, second match of the day already, the mirror match here between Owie and Fresh Lobster to decide who ends up taking this series. If Lobster wins this game, he'll move on to semifinals, and Owie will drop down to the loser's bracket. But most importantly, Lobster will get his revenge from the seasonals final that happened last weekend.
And both players off to a great start with the Zonai Urchin just cycling. You can see Owie's Zonai Urchin is a 4-1. When you discard the Warmonger, you see the 5-mana card there in hand. It grants your strongest unit in play +2 attack. So a little bit of a poor use there for it to land on the 1-drop, but it's all about getting that early card draw, finding your power cards, trying to find Scion in this matchup. Owie is a little bit favored, of course, attacking on odd turns, so you have your Draven potentially on 3, and then your Scion attacking potentially on round 7.
And of course, a lot of the cards that you do discard that have higher attack help in is, you know, helping Scion level up when it comes down turn 7, have him be leveled up so that he's immediately a threat in terms of being removed and then having still that last breath effect with the, you know, Shadow Scion coming in and the summon rally effect, of course, as well.
And that's definitely going to be the big thing. I've seen, at least I have. I'm not going to pretend like I've seen it yet, but I feel like this matchup, this deck has had such a strong early performance. It's the natural evolution of discard aggro, and you certainly can build this deck in a very low to the ground, more aggressive style, or a bigger value mid-range style. But if this archetype in this mirror match becomes very popular, Noxus has the answer with Arachnoid Sentry. I think is a good inclusion for this deck to stop that Scion in the mirror match. But Owie is going for an offensive push here, discards the Warmonger once again, buffing the Boom Baboon to a 5-1, but just holds it back and is going to get the elusive damage, some of this chip damage through against Fresh Lobster. A lot of options now for both players, thanks to the rummage, thanks to a lot of the card cycling and draw that this archetype has available to it. So Sump Dredger going to come through now to get the Flame Chompers in play. This is a classic play. This we already know about. The rest of the cards, though, they need to be discarded to kind of generate their better second halves.
The biggest thing as well is 2 copies of survival skills in both of these players' decks. A card that, you know, maybe didn't find space in certain other discard archetypes, but in this case, very, very effective at, you know, against control, especially helping your Draven stay alive and your bigger overwhelm units later on in the game as well.
With survival skills in the discard aggro builds, a lot of units only had 1 HP anyway, so it didn't matter too much. But with this deck being more reliant on things with 3 or 4 or more HP, the survival skills does give you a lot more value, especially with several units now that have Overwhelm or Fearsome, very strong offensive keywords. It's less about going very wide into a crowd favorite and more about individual unit value being able to punch through.
And Owie looking at this board now is thinking, you know, where's my vision? Where's my crowd favorite? Why am I playing this deck and not Draven Jinx? I want to end the game on turn 4. What's going on here?
The Spinning Axe now, it's still Fresh Lobster's attack, so Spinning Axe is going to come through to buff up the Flame Chomper to get rid of this 5/1. The discarded target was Lost Soul, and that's a special card that when it is discarded, you generate the Twin Blade Revenant in hand. It's a 4-mana 4/3 with Challenger, and then when it dies, it adds the Lost Soul back to your hand. So it's a self-sustaining discard engine that's going to give you a lot of board control and tempo. Having chunky Challenger units like that answers a lot of the harder to deal with backline threats that maybe, you know, in the past you'd have to just pray for Get Excited to deal with.
This entire archetype, or at least the card art archetype of the Scion package here, reminds me a lot of, if anyone's played Destiny, a lot of the enemy characters, the Fallen in Destiny, reminds me a lot of that whole archetype. And I think it's a very cool just art style overall, and just overall, you know, kind of thematic archetype to add to the game as well. So it feels fun to play, but also looks, I think, really great as well with the entire Scion package.
Yeah, the theme and flavor of these units being like just put through the meat grinder of war and being literally discarded and thrown aside as you just greedily punch through your opponent's defenses and fulfill your own win condition is just, it all comes together. The Fallen Rider being discarded creates the Risen Rider, which is a 2-mana 4/2 Fearsome. Absolutely devastating card here against Owie's board especially. The Boom Baboon needs to be held back here as the only Fearsome blocker. You can see that the Riders and the Twin Blade Revenant are all revealed cards. This is a new feature that was added in this expansion, that there's that little icon above the cards that looks like 2 eyes that just reminds you that your opponent does see what is in your hand.
People will get very used to that with Prank becoming a big thing, I think, in the next few weeks. So you'll definitely learn that this exists in the game. You won't have to be taught. But attack coming in here from the Elusives, from the both Poros, not really doing that much damage. 2 damage per turn is not going to, end the game anytime soon. This will be coming down to, things like Scion coming in later with Overwhelm with very big attack totals. And obviously we see very little health totals here from both. Just the archetype in general is, very attack-based for the most part.
Oh yeah, this archetype is indeed based. But fortunately for Owie, again, attacking on odd turns just means that despite being behind on board right now, as long as Owie can continue to get this consistent chip damage through, it maybe just sets up for Scion to come through and end the game here next round. A Rummage this turn and 1 or 2 more draws could put Owie in that position. Fresh Lobster now sees with the Boom Baboon, the Fearsomes aren't going to be as great as they were, but Twin Blade Revenant maybe pulling the Baboon to the side could let the Riders punch through for some significant damage here.
And now we kind of understand why Rummage was nerfed.
Oh my god,
back
right?
like 2 months ago. People were asking a lot of questions. I didn't like it with Draven Ezreal. I was just, I was enjoying the deck a lot on ladder, but my questions have been answered the moment I saw this entire discard package revealed on Twitter, because it's just every single card benefits from discarding to the point where you're not discarding. Every card you discard basically just replenishes itself. Obviously, it has synergies with, the Scion, with everything else in the deck, and it just makes much more sense as, a discard deck. Kind of Draven Jinx was kind of pieced together by things that worked but then weren't necessarily, I think, so obviously synergistic.
Yes.
It was more kind of just like bandaging together like all these different units that would just make these explosive turns. You're like, okay, this works, so I'll play it. But now it feels like more thematically in line, I think, the entire deck. Kind of the Cyber Scavenger art style and play style.
And with Rummage being nerfed so far ahead of time, it gave the player base a chance for it to be, to get settled in and for us to accept the nerf as well, instead of getting blindsided by Rummage getting nerfed alongside the Bandlewood release, for example. So you have to remember the developers, they're playing very far in the future when they do certain changes to cards.
If only there was, balance like card stonks. So they nerf Rummage, so discard charge going down, but you know that they nerf Rummage for a reason. So you buy in when it's low, and then Scion comes out, and you reap the benefits. Like maybe with Shards, for example, I think, Brian, this is a good idea. Definitely enable stonks and gambling in-game for Shards. Definitely a great idea. Trust me on this one.
Oh my god. It's not gambling. It's just teaching people proper investment practices and
Exactly.
how to analyze the markets. But owie, there it is. Gets the Scion off the Rummage. When he comes into play, he'll definitely be leveled up. He comes into play as a 10-6. And when Scion dies, comes back as Scion the Returned. And then rallies. An ephemeral unit that rallies, so you get one more chance to hit your opponent with 10 more overwhelm damage. Fresh Lobster already sees it, right? When you go into this mirror, you know that your opponent, you have to play the entire game building up to this moment where you see that Scion is going to be your opponent's turn 7 play.
Clearly, you've done your homework, Scarzig. You pay much more attention to card names, because I just called Scion's level up Shadow Scion. I was clearly wrong.
I love it when champions change their name or get like an additional title when they level up. Like Veigar, when he levels up, he becomes Grand Overseer Veigar. And Senna Riot, since we know you're going to be listening to us, Senna, when she levels up, please make her say Senna the Redeemer, pretty please.
I just look at what the card looks like and just add my own adjective to the card. Big Veigar, Shadow Scion. It works for me.
Shadow Scion, that one is kind of cool.
Maybe not for everyone else, but it definitely works for how my brain works.
Scion the Rally Boy. But here it is, a 10-6 with Overwhelm. There's nothing substantial that can block this in play. Fresh Lobster does have the survival skills. There is a Whirling Death there. You can stop the initial Overwhelm damage. It might be enough. It might be enough if you just Whirling Death and take the hit from Scion. Can you stop the second half is the big deal.
I think after today's tournament, everyone's going to just open their deck builder, open this deck, add 3 copies of Arachnoid Sentry, and go on with the mirror matches on ladder like you mentioned before. I think it's definitely a good point to make. Definitely going to feel like a card that needs to be played in this archetype.
It's a great failsafe. I think the mirror match is going to be very common. And that's one of the good things about Runeterra is players have that option. When mirrors become very common, you start to see, especially in tournaments, you start to see the adaptation. One of the most notable examples off the top of my head was when Raptor in a seasonal tournament had teched in Ruin Runner in the Nasus Thresh archetype a while ago, which was a card that was not, even though it's such a strong card, was not really seeing play in that specific archetype. And for the mirror match, it became a devastating inclusion.
We will see the meta, I think, evolving across this weekend. A lot of players have already gotten 2 Masters in NA with Scion, I believe, and I think in EU as well, possibly, as just that, very fast, very strong aggro deck to start the season off. And we might be seeing, things like Will of Aeonia now having kind of that premier target now with Scion, like we had it before with Nautilus, like we had it before with, a few other champions. Tryndamere as well. Obliterate effects might come into effect once again, being very important. Maybe Deep with Devour.
Oh, yeah.
Eating a Scion altogether.
The Sunburst. Yeah, the Sunburst lines up against that 6 HP on the Scion. There are a lot of tools in the game that stop this. And, of course, because it's early days, players are kind of enjoying, not so many counters, perhaps other than Mini-Morph, bullying their Scion right now. But here we go. Fresh Lobster able to use both Spinning Axes, survival skills to stop the first half of the Scion. And now just needs to classically chump the second half here. Or maybe not. The survival skills is still on the Twin Blade Revenant, so we drop down to a 6-1.
The trading is not so important because it is, of course, ephemeral, so it would be dying once it strikes, but the damage does go through, of course. That's 1 extra damage going through, but you keep your Draven alive. I think that's a worthwhile investment to make if you're Lobster. Down to 7 HP, so you are in trouble, but there is a Rummage in hand. There's a chance for him to find his own Scion, and he'll have the attack token next turn, which is where, once again, things are going to be in his favor. So we'll see if Lobster can fish for this finisher and try and end the game himself.
Oh, this. Okay, so that's a really strong play. Instead of playing the Fallen Rider to get a wider board, wants to keep that in hand, so you have 2 cards to discard with Rummage and draw 2 cards rather than just 1. Fresh Lobster really going in, looking for the Scion here, doesn't get it. Fortunately, the Warmonger was discarded, and that will grant +2 attack to the Twin Blade Revenant, which isn't important at this position, but just gets to summon the other one as well, a 5/5 Overwhelm.
The silver lining here is that Owie does not have another Scion in his hand, but I think we're going to start having to get used to this mirror coming down to, you know, do you have the Scion? We've seen it before with a lot of mirrors, especially when the deck lists aren't so refined yet, when there aren't clear answers, when you don't know what your opponent's running exactly. It does end up coming down sometimes to just, you know, that big finisher Farron back in the day with things like Draven Ezreal, for example, or even, you know, Ashe LeBlanc or any Ashe Frostbite version. And now the same here with this Noxus list, with Scion being that replacement for Farron as a champion, and obviously a replacement for Darius as well, if that was ever considered to be run.
So Fresh Lobster has to make some important calculations here. Taking out the 1/1 just to prevent as much damage as possible. Holding back the 5/5. This is a unit, besides Scion, that has the most HP in the deck. So it does become your premium Overwhelm blocker if you are worried about Owie having that second Scion. I mean, both players are still on triple Rummage, so there is a chance to fish that out of the deck, certainly.
And that's the biggest thing, you know, Lobster has to survive here, has to stop as much damage as possible, which is, you know, in the form of that elusive coming in, because he's at 7 HP. There are things that get excited, of course, in the deck, so he needs to make sure he takes no extra damage, or else 2 get excited might do it if that elusive were to go through. And now just hope that there is no Scion, there is no answer, and no second onslaught from Owie on his next attack token turn, and hope that, you know, Lobster can just survive and try and find his own. Again, it's just a battle of who can find that, you know, Overwhelm type champion that can end the game.
And, you know, all things considered, you know, Fresh Lobster's in a really good spot here. And the Rummage blesses Owie with the win con. Gets the second Scion here.
And had the second get excited as well. So if that elusive would have survived, it would have actually been a problem. Would have been the second way for the game to end here for Owie.
Yeah, so by killing the elusive, you take away the double get excited out. But Fresh Lobster, now at the very least, can summon this 5/4, which is important. You get to block the Scion, but it doesn't die just yet. 1 HP still. So with the Spinning Axe, or the Get Excited, that is going to be lethal.
Yeah, I think you wouldn't want it to die because you don't want the rally pick to happen. So that's just the thought process here for Lobster. But there's no way you can do it, even if he were to use the axe and then get the Whirling Death off. You stop the damage from coming in here. That is true, but there is still going to be obviously residue damage from the Scion return. And like you mentioned, then on the next token, on the next turn at fast speed, you have to Get Excited to end the game. And there's not going to be any answer in this deck from Lobster. It's kind of always the thing when you're playing against PNZ Noxus. You know that burn damage is forever. There is no heal, and there is no counter to spells for the most part.
Yeah, because again, you've got the Whirling Death, you've got the Spinning Axe Whirling Death, but you can't stop the second half of the Scion. It's really unfortunate here. Fresh Lobster, again, like, you have the answers for this big Overwhelm unit, but having that second chance, that rally, that's all Scion does. Even in League of Legends, he just comes back and has that extra lease on life to try to complete his mission of smorking.
And until
Fresh
players
Lobster's actually going to let this one go through.
Until players decide to start, you know, not just building their deck in the way that it's most effective, but building their deck with counters to counter their opponent's decks and possible mirror matches that are going to be very expected in the first few days of ladder, it's going to continue happening. It's going to be, you know, a case of draw Scion on 7, win the game. But once players start checking in possible ways to stop this from being that impactful, I think the mirrors will get a lot more skillful, will get a lot more refined overall in terms of how you play against each other and how the decks are built as well. So until then, we're just gonna have to, you know, toss the coin on turn 7, see who gets the Scion, and see who can defend against that big beast.
And a lot of players, of course, with this being the first showing of a tournament meta showcasing these new decks, you know, accounting for a mirror match is a little something that maybe you aren't even going to consider. Of course, you just want to see how the deck performs overall. Is my take on Scion Draven, even a decent contender in the field of decks versus do I want to immediately start mind gaming and trying to account for the mirror match. So we now get to see Draven Scion versus Nami Fizz. These, again, have been two very potent breakout decks from the Beyond the Bandlewood expansion, and there is potential for this mirror match to get very common. And with the opening hand of Fresh Lobster here, we want to hopefully see Lost Soul, get the Twin Blade Revenants down, start clearing out the elusive units pretty quickly. And with Poro Cannon as well, you'll get some nice elusive chumps too. So this could go either way. With Nami already in hand, Oe has a strong setup already.
I do think that, you know, there are easy ways to flood the board for Oe with things like Octopus, for example, very easily. You're also just able to, again, prank certain cards to make them. I guess with discard, it's not that big of a deal, so prank won't be as effective in this game. But overall, very good curve for Oe in hand. Has a Kelp Maidens on turn 2. Rather play the Octopus here for a blocker and just to have some spell mana as well. Has the Nami on turn 3. And because Scion won't come down until turn 7, and there isn't much of a lethal threat, I think, with having chump blockers before that, I think the race might be in Oe's favor. And I think because there isn't much in turn, I guess Get Excited is the one thing to watch out for. There isn't that much interaction. The elusives might go untouched, and that can get just really snowball out of hand.
Yeah, there's the fearsomes, which kind of get stopped up as well, thanks to just the bust from Nami, things like Purple Berry Shake, which isn't a big threat. And there's not a lot of overwhelm throughout the course of the mid game. You get here and there, maybe you discard Scion to grant overwhelm to a key target, but the other part of the package, the Noble Rebel, or even Iron Ballista for some mid-game overwhelm, hasn't quite found its way to an inclusion in this deck, just because the rest of the discard package is so synergistic and powerful. But again, as you mentioned, decks like this that can chump a lot buy themselves enough time to get to that late game setup. We see Fizz, Nami, and Fleet Admiral Shelly in the hand, so everything's coming together for Oe, and we'll have to see if there is going to be attack in the future where there is a bit of a misstep and maybe Fresh Lobster gets a whirling death to swing through here.
It's going to take me some time to call Otterpuss and not just Octopus, because that is how I've saved him in my head. Some of the cards in this expansion definitely going to be testing us as casters. Conchologist, I think, is one that will be a tongue twister. I think we have to find a nickname for that one ASAP, because that might be a problem otherwise.
I know, Conch. Professor Conch.
Mr. Conch.
And then there's Benemone, the 4 mana that adds 2 pranks to your hand.
I'm not even going to try with that one. I think Dr. Conch is acceptable from now on.
It's a very strong card. Like, the options that it gives you are just going to be good cards, generally speaking. 1, 2, and 3 cost cards. Spells in your deck, in your regions rather, are usually very useful, or because of their niche applications, you can pick the right one for the right time. And here it is. Get Excited lining up against Nami. This is very well timed. She's not leveled up just yet, and no stress testing, no Purple Berry Shake is going to cover this. There's no stress defense in Oe's hand. And as we saw before, Nami gets answered, but Oe is just, of course, going to play a spell just to get a rep of her ability before she goes down.
And there is the fleet of elusives are out and about. Fizz, the Songstress, and the Kelp Maidens are all there. The Otterpuss, not Octopus, was generated from...
Second Nami off the top. Let's go. Actually, no, that's not off the top. Pardon me. There was the second Nami in hand. And rather than going to play the Nami, of course, this leaves mana open to play the Otterpuss and the Yordle Squire. So you generate those spells to get her ability rather than going all in on the Shelly. We'll
and you have
see,
mana.
I wonder.
You have mana for everything as well. Just both 1-drops, full board, and you can play out both of the spells as well if you wish to.
And Otterpuss does attune. I wonder if Oe's going to play this a bit slower. There's potential to still play the 1-drops, generate the spells, but save the spells for next round when you can get extra value with Shelly being in play to take advantage of them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go here, obviously. And even so, for the attackers that are not elusive, it will be more of a problem. You might want to play out the Yordle Squire into the focus +1 health to make sure this kelp can survive the trade here against. I guess it wouldn't matter with the axe anyway, so yeah, it's irrelevant. Actually, just forcing the elusive to get out of the way so it can, not block in the future, and trading it for the kelp maintenance, I think, is fine there.
And by open attacking, OE can just threaten a little bit more. Like, oh, do you want to have a prank? Do you want to, what do you want to play out? Because that's the other consideration in this matchup, right? There's certain cards that maybe you would normally like to hang on to, but you're incentivized maybe to flood the board a little bit, to play out your hand just so that the units don't have their stats reduced or their mana cost increased, which in an aggressive deck like this, you need your stuff to have all of its attack power so you can properly pressure and end the game.
There is a Scion that has been drawn. One small problem for Lobster, though, is that this Scion cannot be played until turn 7. So next turn will be turn 6. The attack token turn for Lobster. He cannot play a Scion yet. You have to play on defense on turn 7, and that might be the turn that OE decides to end the game if these elusives go untouched. So like I mentioned before, I think both decks are very good, but elusives might be a little bit faster by 1 turn compared to Lobster's deck, and it might be the win here for OE. We'll see if there's any interaction to stop these elusives from going off on the next turn.
A lot of considerations to be made here. The Warmonger is a nice touch because of the overwhelm. You can discard Scion, of course. It grants overwhelm to your strongest unit you have in play, and it would take away OE's ability to chump effectively, where you're able to get that damage through, maybe set up for Scion. But as long as you don't threaten lethal this turn, OE is more than happy to take whatever damage you throw out. Looking at the board state right now, there is 10 damage, and of course you don't mind trading away the Otterpuss or the Yordle Squire. Get rid of your non-elusive threats and save the rest for your offensive swing.
Not just for having space on the board, but also just to make sure the buffs go to the right units, go to the elusive units, and not to non-elusive units that really won't be doing anything next turn. Won't really be attacking it either. So more than happy to, I think, OE to chump block. There's a double Scion in hand, but like I mentioned, maybe just a bit too late. And looking at Scion, one of the first things I considered from looking at the card is a way to, maybe with Demacia to make sure he can die on turn 7 and just cause a summon effect to happen on your non-attack token turn. Something that might be explored in future archetypes. But you don't really have that possibility with this list. Whirling Death, of course, will not really kill it forcefully, so you don't have that same kind of abstract way of playing with Scion in this deck.
Yeah, I've been presented with some really cheesy lines of, do I get excited my own Scion to make sure he dies? And it's a pretty expensive commitment. Maybe we'll see like one of Ravenous Flock or something. But here we go. Here's the swing. The Warmonger was discarded to grant +2 attack. I believe earlier I accidentally said Overwhelm. Scion grants Overwhelm when he's discarded. Warmonger grants your strongest ally +2 attack. So that's why the Sump Dredger is a 6/3 there.
And one of the problems with Sump Dredger in this archetype that players will start running into is the fact that he has 4 attack naturally and Draven has 3. So for things like survival skills and these buffs, going to the strongest unit, we'll be hitting a lot of the time the Sump Dredger instead of the Draven, for example, or different units, and that might be a problem. So players will have to consider this when looking at their buffs and maybe even when building their deck. Although Sump Dredger, just what it does is very good, although things like Great Physician are kind of taking its place, or at least having more cards that do similar things, so maybe it gets somewhat phased out. I think it's still a staple, though, for discard.
And the Nami was considered there for the trade, but OE just going to get rid of these 2 units like you talked about, get rid of the non-elusive units, and that way they don't absorb these primo Nami buffs that are about to come through.
And the block there on Draven instead of the Great Physician, very key block there. Obviously, you would have wanted to get the trade on the Great Physician, but OE knows that he's winning the game next turn, or that's it. There's not going to be another attack. These units won't matter. And he doesn't want to get into the double get excited range. He's at 7 HP now. He would have blocked the Great Physician. He would have been at 6 HP with the Draven, obviously hitting for 3 instead of for 2. So very, very key there from OE, making sure he stays as healthy as possible. Ooh, the axe for
Oh,
2 mana.
that's a very interesting interaction we just saw there. It pulls the spinning axe from the hand, but because prank does not affect champions, it has to pull its second option directly from the deck. We saw the Reborn Grenadier being pulled from the deck as a prank option. So that also gives information to Oe that the last 3 cards in Fresh Lobster's hand are also champions.
You want information? You get all the information you want from pranks. Literally. There's a zap coming down. The Attune comes in, levels up the Nami. So we have all 3 champions, Fizz, Shelly, and Nami on the board. Almost every card, every unit on the board that is also elusive. And we have 2 spells, one that draws you more cards, and one that can maybe give the zap +1/+1 to try and deal the 14 damage here this turn.
If this is going to be the lethal swing, that's it. And Fresh Lobster just commits, plays the Scion, and has to say, okay, looking at the board, is that what you've got? Here it is, Hidden Pathways. So this is going to give Fizz elusive when you cast the spell, and you get 2 more things into Pokey Stick as well. It's going to be 1 more damage on the Nexus, another buff from Nami,
That being
and
said,
the second spell for a Shelly.
Sion's signature spell is going to help removing one of the units. It does read, I believe, if you discard a card, you kill the weakest enemy. I believe that's the text on the card. So can deal with one unit. We'll see what the weakest enemy will be once these buffs go through.
And we did see Fresh Lobster barely survive in game 1 by killing it, by preventing the damage of 1 elusive unit. And so Roar of the Slayer could go through. How much overkill is Aoi able to generate, even removing Fresh Lobster's elusive chump here with the Pokey Stick?
Of course, Roar of the Slayer is a fast speed spell, so yeah, no, you can't play Kelp Maidens anymore. You had to play the Poke Stick or the Kelp Maidens. Of course, the 1/1 here is a chump blocker, so I think it makes sense to take off the 1/1 here. The weakest unit will now be the Shelly, actually, which is a 4/4 elusive, but it has already kind of put its buffs in, so it's not really the end of the world.
Yeah, so here it is, Roar of the Slayer coming through. That is going to clear the Shelly, but there's still too much damage left on board with the Pokey Stick removing that elusive chump as well.
And we talked about it, again, I mentioned at the very start of the game, but it came true where it's just 1 turn too late for Lobster. He has the Scion, he has a full board, he wants to go all in and just end the game with overwhelm, but the elusives are a little bit quicker. And because both decks don't really have interaction, it's all about who is able to end the game quicker. And just the turn 7 being on defense for Lobster is also a key detriment to his game plan. And there's the elusive attack, and there's the lethal. And once again, Oe takes the win against Lobster. Lobster is tired of losing. For the winningest player of all time, he sure does lose a lot in the past week or so. Loses to Oe twice in the finals of the seasonal and here in round 1 of Fight Night. So he's going to start, whoever's facing him in loser's bracket round 1, I do not envy your position because Lobster is now, I think definitely going to be
blood.
That's one way to put it.
That's all the bad RNG out of the way, right? You attack on even turns with your Scion Draven deck, and then blessed RNG for the rest of the bracket. You're going to be attacking on odds, so your Draven and your Scion are going to be that much more effective.
That will be all from the first round here. We've seen all the matches go through. Broken Ball going to be facing Oe in that first semifinals. Did beat Gamebreaker 2-1. Coin flip and Dalton. Dalton takes the win there, moves to the semifinal, and will be playing one of his practice partners, Sorry, in that semifinal. Sorry, able to take down Thomas 2-1. Germans didn't have a great start to this tournament. Only Dalton goes through, and that's because he had to. It was, he was playing against a German as well, so one of the two would have made it through. But overall, bad start for the Germans, and quite the loser's bracket round 1 matchup. Gamebreaker versus Lobster. That is not what you tend to see in round 1 of losers, but that is the case for this tournament. It is very stacked. So it's not too surprising, and a lot more in store for us today. That'll be it for round 1. They'll be going to a very short 5-minute break. Stay tuned. We'll come back with the rest of the tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're going to be getting into the next round of the upper bracket. We've got the next match of Sari versus Dalton. Sari is another top-tier competitor from the season tournaments, from EU in general, from Fight Night in the past, and has some new exciting decks for us as well. Again, we said that Draven Scion has been the most popular common deck. I'm glad that it is still a new archetype that's so commonly shared. But we now have Talia Ziggs on deck. We're going to take a closer look at that in just a second. But I want to talk a little bit more about these players too. Trickster Sari coming from Lebanon, having some power issues, but we might not be able to have that perspective. So we need to take a close look at this deck now and these cards now while we have the chance.
And this is the best part about, I think, the new expansion days. Things like Fizz Nami, things like Scion Discord, I've played myself, and I've had the time to play them, so I know how the decks function. I haven't played any of these cards or played this archetype at all. So this, to me, is like, you know, getting to see live how some of the best players in the world play certain archetypes, and then I can just learn and then play them maybe today or tomorrow as well. So this is a learning experience for me and for the viewers at home. And what better teacher than the superstar Sari, coming in and teaching us, you know, why he brought this deck to the tournament and why he thinks it's so strong. Of course, it is a landmark-based deck with Talia, with much more of an aggro slant, with Ziggs coming in and providing damage to things like the Waste Walker, you know, damages the unit blocking, and you have Waste Walker with Overwhelm. It just makes a lot of sense, and a lot of landmarks. That is kind of the key thing with this deck, as you can see with all the different cards. All about landmark generation and landmark destruction.
Yes, and now we have, like, the payoffs. I think, like, the early idea of Talia was duplicating those landmarks and getting payoffs for destroying them with Desert Naturalist and cashing them in. And so now the Ziggs package comes through to give you some of that flavor. The Hexplosive Minefield is 1 mana, stun a unit when it comes into play, and then it ticks down, and when it pops, it stuns another unit. Oh no, it doesn't have countdown. When it's destroyed, it stuns a second unit. So you can potentially stun 2 things, and the tempo that generates is so devastating. This is one of those decks that it's really hard to describe how it functions in general, and it's better to see it in motion. I do want to point out the arsenal at the top end. This is an 8-drop that for every landmark that you've destroyed this game, it has an aura that grants it a keyword. And what that means is, because its spell shield potentially is generated by a passive aura, it's just a permanent spell shield. It's really hilarious. I've seen some posts about it, but I've yet to see this card in action, and we'll see if that is something that is intended and Riot wants to keep in the game. But for now, this big 8 mana, it's only an 8 mana 8/6, but you throw Overwhelm on that, and that is a finisher if I've ever seen one.
Now, that's 2 sides of the coin. You might say hilarious. I think many others might say frustrating if they play against it. I'll clip this, and then when this card is like the #1 most complained about card, I'll say Scarzig thinks it's hilarious. What is this guy talking about?
Oh my God.
Let's cancel Scarzig.
Throw me under the bus. I'll literally just get KO'd, and I'll leave some clout behind, like an RPG enemy that you can pick up and add to your inventory.
And with this deck, what I was talking about before with Draven Scion, feeling like it's now the complete archetype, it's the same here with Talia. I think Talia Thralls made sense as an archetype, but it once again felt like it was kind of bandaged together and just all these like very strong cards and specific interactions working out. But this deck feels like the natural deck that landmarks and Talia and Zig should fit in. And once again goes back to, Shurima and Target maybe being launched, missing some key pieces, obviously missing a whole other region in Bandle City. And now everything, I think, is coming together, and these sub-archetypes are becoming fully fledged archetypes that make just a lot of sense. We'll see just how much sense they make. Of course, Sari, as the one, the proponent here with bringing this deck to the tournament, is going to be a good defender of the archetype and a good, going to give us a good example of how strong it can be. But I haven't seen it or played against it or played it myself, so I'm completely, blank slate. I can expect anything here. We're going to see like an 8/8 Waste Walker on turn 5, and then I'll start understanding what this deck is about.
Exactly.
Until then, I'm still not a believer. We'll see if that changes throughout this series.
The thing I'm very interested in is the fact that Sari is a player that's known for playing Nightfall, right? An aggressive deck that has a lot of very tricky lines of play and a lot of pieces that you have to juggle and balance out in order to get maximum effectiveness. So I think that if this deck is similar to Nightfall in that it is going to be very complex, then I'm glad that our first exposure to the deck is going to be from a player that is known for being able to pilot these more complicated lists. And going into a control deck like this, Senna Veigar, if you're just playing landmarks, you aren't going to have anything to hit with the darkness, and maybe you're just going to just kick back, the game will drag out, and then the arsenal comes down, and you won't be able to remove it, and you just die.
Listen, Veigar can level up, Senna can level up. You just play only landmarks until turn 8, and then you play an infinitely spell-shielded overwhelm unit, and just start going in. It's the game plan. Oh, sorry, you're going off script. You're going off script. Sorry, don't play units.
So there's Wastewalker on 3. Dalton has to start answering this card immediately. The damage from the darkness is only at 2 right now, and with the Preservarium popping at the start of the next round, the Pokey Stick and Vile Feast might need to be used in combination in order to clear it. But, ooh, yes, I was thinking if Sari was going to trade it away, but recognizes, no, I want to keep this threat in play and force Dalton to use even more cards.
And now with 5 mana to work with, of course, Dalton has a chance to play both the Pokesticks or just, a mix of Vile Feast and Pokesticks to keep things fresh. Depends on what you might be needing, either the Spiderling Body for blockers or instead the card draw for more options later down the line.
And Dalton right now is hesitant, really wants to develop the Veigar maybe, start getting the darkness stacked up. Theoretically, if you get Veigar in play, and the darkness gets up to deal 5 damage, then the Wastewalker doesn't really matter because you can just one-shot it, especially being able to answer Ziggs as well. A 3-mana 3/4 is going to be important, but the Wastewalker, you can see the way it draws so much removal already because of its ability to scale up and snowball the game. Clears a perfect path for Sari to maybe play out the Ziggs here.
For anyone that, tends to see card interactions as something literal, Pokestick is taken to the next level. Two pokes of a stick defeat this kind of mechatronic, I'm not even sure what to call the Wastewalker, kind of an electric, garbage monster coming to life, kind of.
I know, it's just an energy being, and I guess there's one glowing weak point at a video game
there's
boss.
A loose screw. You just hit the loose screw and it all crumbles down.
It's not just any stick, it's a Deku stick. Alright, so going into this next round, we got Construct of Desolation. That is you see the 1-mana spell there. You can either create a Ruinous Acolyte, right? You get a body, or you can get the Obelisk of Power. So it's a dual-purpose card that lets you get a unit if you need it, or it lets you get another landmark if you need it.
I must say a lot has happened since we went on that little Pokestick journey. Also the Inventive Chemist came down, a card that summons a Scrappy Bomb, which is why we saw kind of 2-for-1 happen there and why the board is very full now for Sari as well. And the Wastewalker is still there, still kicking, and still trying to get more and more, just continue growing. And kind of, even if it gets blocked and gets chumped and, some of its health goes down, the health might continue growing as more landmarks get destroyed and kind of just perpetually stay on the board and stay as a threat as well.
Aloof Travelers, the other really strong deck that players are afraid of, the strong card that players were afraid of, showing its worth there. Draws Dalton a card and also gets rid of Sari's big win condition. There was only 1 copy of the Arsenal in this deck, but with Wastewalker number 2, there's still a sizable threat in play currently. Look at the stuns as well coming through for this tempo, thanks to the Hexplosive Minefield.
And Ziggs, of course, once you've destroyed 4 ally landmarks this game, then that is when Ziggs levels up. And maybe I think Sari's just waiting for him to come in already leveled up and not... and again, he's not going to be that impactful, I think, early on. Unless you're a super aggro deck and very low to the floor. If not, you want to play, I think, a bit more reserved.
Mm-hmm. Because what Ziggs' ability level 1 does, he deals 1 damage to his blocker and 1 damage to the Nexus. So he's like a pseudo 4/4. And then once he's leveled up, he gets the classic +1/+1, but then it doubles his damage as well. So you get extra burn on the Nexus. It's just that little bit of extra juice to get over the finish line. And we'll see with Senna in play, getting copies of the Darkness, if now this is where Dalton stabilizes and starts to answer this board.
And the Scrappy Bombs, once the 3-turn countdown is over, they will be just dealing 1 damage to the opponent's Nexus, and of course, still counting towards the Destroy Landmark synergy. There's a Talia level up animation. You can never, I think, really get tired of it.
Yeah, just for the level up, just for getting this damage through. And Talia, of course, with being able to throw those stones, means that you're not going to be able to block her effectively, and we'll see what the Ancient Prep decides on there for the next round. We got a lot of units in play. We've got some cool landmarks going, but we need more landmark destruction. We need more payoffs and more ways to take advantage of this. Herald of the Magus, we see there now in the hand is the 5-drop that if you've destroyed 4 or more allied landmarks this game, like Zig's level up, you grant your champions everywhere +2/+2 and Overwhelm. I think that we are just 1 or 2 landmarks off of meeting that requirement, but putting Overwhelm on Talia is absolutely huge, and Overwhelm on Ziggs is going to be even better.
Yeah, it's almost like it feels natural on both these champions because it just synergizes so well with what they're doing with their abilities. So Herald of the Magus, I think, is going to be an auto-include in a deck like this that, you know, both champions benefit directly from it.
So here is the Dawning Shadow. It's basically Vengeance with a little bit of Spirit Fire packed into it as Senna's champion spell. When she's in play, it goes from slow speed to fast speed, so it becomes a fantastic answer here to get rid of this Talia, and then debuff the rest of the board to set up some favorable trades.
It is, of course, all the mana spent now for this turn from Dalton. Sorry, still has 7 mana to work with. Had a very full board, so just couldn't really develop before committing to the attack here. Had to just go in and see what damage he could push. But with the kill on Talia there, with those, you know, the stacks of the ability, you know, gone as well, fizzling out. Really just not a very impactful turn at all from Sorry. It has to regroup now. And still 11 HP for Dalton, so still not really in, like, Zig's pinging range.
And again, with the Arsenal being discarded with Aloof Travelers, we don't have that Hail Mary top deck of a really strong unit potentially coming down with Overwhelm, Spell Shield, etc. Ziggs is leveled, so this also signals to us that the Herald of the Magus is active too. And Dalton, despite holding the fort, has the Senate in play, hasn't stacked up the Darkness yet. You can see here it's still at 2 damage. So needs to get the Catalyzer and the Veigar in play to scale up the potential damage of this removal spell to keep up with the stat lines from this position.
And with things, you know, if you're not dealing damage with Darkness straight to the Nexus, you're not really dealing in combat either, because there's maybe even a problem with too many chump blockers on Sorry's side of the board with the Ancient Prep, with the Rock Hopper, etc. You know, so you don't really, you know, they're not that impactful. There's not much space on the board because of the landmark, so there's really no way of really going in and just attacking it and winning it through combat damage if you're Dalton. You have to win it through Darkness, so stacking it and getting the level ups on both Veigar and Senna will be paramount.
Okay, so Senna survived long enough to level up after you've slain 3 enemy units with spells. Slain 3 units, rather. They can be friendly or enemies. With spells, you level up, and now, not only are your kill spells and damage spells accelerated to fast speed, they also cost 1 less. So now we've got 2 mana Darkness and Veigar hitting the board to start stacking that up.
And that's not quite the impactful topic that Sorry was hoping for. And that's the biggest problem now with Sen on the board and Darkness in hand, is that you can't even just open attack to play around it because it's going to be slow speed. But with Senna making it fast speed, it's not even a possibility. So it makes things much, much more difficult for Sorry here. And it looks like he is running out of fuel in hand as well.
Yeah, there is Mini Morph to stop this Ziggs. There's Event Horizon to stop like another wide attack, for example. So the defense is now coming through for Dalton, and there is just a little bit of burn here with Ziggs' ability, the second Ziggs in hand. It's going to be very close. If, again, with Dalton, he's not going to be able to just win the game through attacking and pressure. It's more about dealing with all of Sari's threats and kind of forcing Sari to surrender. The darkness we saw last round was like the first one that was cast this game, because there has been so much pressure coming from Sari's end that Veigar is nowhere close to leveling up. So it's going to take a few rounds before these convert to true Nexus damage.
And there's a second Herald of the Magus coming down. Once again, giving all the champions +2/+2 and Overwhelm once it gets summoned on the board. So just immediately, even though it does die now, it's not kind of an aura effect. It's just an immediate effect when it gets summoned and played. And there we see the payoff for that effect. Ziggs coming down as an 8/9, and now suddenly being obviously a much bigger problem to deal with the 8 health here for Dalton.
Yeah, the darkness is scaled up to 5. There is still the attack token for Dalton, and what this allows you to do, destroys the explosive minefield in order to stun the Senna, so you can't generate the second darkness there. But just breaking this up into 2, with Veigar now leveling up, you're going to generate a darkness at the start of the next round, so you can kill the Ziggs if you'd like, or you can just start sending these to face and use the event horizon to stop that stun.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Even if you couldn't maybe kill the Ziggs in one go, you do still have that stun effect. There's not really, again, early days in the expansion, there's very few kind of counters. There's not any kind of denial spells or anything in the Shurima list. There's no rate of negation, for example, for Sari right now. So there's a guarantee that there is no way to stop that event horizon if it does come down, and it most probably will if you think you need to use it to kill the Ziggs off or to stop the attack from coming in from the Overwhelm.
And this is where we turn the corner. The Xena Veigar. We saw this before, and it's been my experience with the deck as well. For a control deck, your games are way closer than you'd want them to be.
There's a darkness being used on the Ziggs. I guess better to kill something than it is to just, stall it out and stun it. And look at the hand for Sari, you know that there aren't really any threats coming after this once you clear this board, which looks like there will be a full clear here. That will be it. And that is why Sari is forfeiting this game 1, surrendering there at the very end, and giving Dalton the lead in this series, the 1-0 lead against his practice partner, actually, in the semifinals. And that will be Dalton now. Cannot play this deck again. Obviously, in the format we have in Fight Night, has to win with his second deck now. And his second deck will actually be Azir Aurelia. Not what I wanted to read when looking at the deck list. I was hoping it would be something else, but the moment I looked, I'm like, well, damn it. It's Azir Aurelia.
We've got some aggression. We've got some control to balance that out. Sari will be able to play Talia Ziggs again, and we'll get a chance to see, how this new archetype on the block will do against this meta monster that's been around for ages. This version of the list, you've got like the rock hoppers to grant vulnerable, but the tokens that are generated will eat up a lot of those. Aurelia Azir, if they don't get Defiant Dancer Homecoming, there is a chance that they just get eaten up by Waste Walker, right? It'll just keep scaling up and using its overwhelm damage to pressure through.
That being said, the hand that I'm looking at here is looking pretty good for Dalton. Has the champions, has the landmarks, has all, in this case, the third champion is just the dais. So it's kind of harder to just say 3 champions, but that is how it is in this deck. And you have all the key pieces here if you're Dalton.
Yeah, this version of the deck, even though it's based around landmark destruction, isn't running like Desert Naturalist, for example. And there were some whispers of that card in the early days of Shurima being used to clear Emperor's Dais. But right now, the early game has been pretty passive from Dalton, right? There's not a lot of early game, some reactive spells with lead and follow, some powerful cards, but you have to take time to set up. And maybe Sari can take advantage of this kind of lull in the action to get through enough damage to put Sari on the back foot. Unraveled Earth going to come through to draw 1 card.
It's the perfect, I think, balance of Shurima. One deck trying to destroy all their landmarks, the other one trying to preserve them. It's, as all things should be. This is the matchup we've been all been waiting for. Azir Aurelia versus Ziggs and Talia.
I know, right? The scrappy underdog. Who knows if this deck will, or some permutation thereof, will become a meta contender. But it's, as you mentioned, because the developers have focused more on properly fleshing out the archetypes with the first portion of the set release, the list is definitely operating at near its full potential, I'm sure.
And Dilton passing here has 5 mana to work with, still has the attack token, has the Azir and the Deus on the board. Sorry, happy to just continue trying to flood the board with units to try and have chump blockers available for the Sand Soldiers when they do come down, or the Doomkeeper in this case.
I love this kind of pincer situation that Dalton is in because of the Roiling Sands. Yeah, you see with the Waste Walker, you can't attack with the Azir because it would scale up with the units being, the tokens being summoned and buffing it to a 7/7. So Dalton is forced to play the Doomkeeper out just to get value here. And the Waste Walker is under no threat. Again, we're really hoping for Defiant Dance or Homecoming from Dalton's side to stop this gigantic overwhelm unit from taking over the board. And the vulnerable being granted to the Doomkeeper is also a juicy target now for the 7/6 to swing in.
There's a duo being drawn, going to be great on the next attack token turn. Not so much on this one though, on defense, and quite the
Zig's
defense.
already leveled.
Quite the defense that Dilton has to put up here, because we're looking at a 7/6 Waste Walker trying to waste his opponent, and Zig's already leveled on turn 5. Can't get much quicker than that, so maybe Azirella just isn't fast enough. They have to defend as well, and Ziggs might just put more pressure than they can handle.
Oh baby, we gotta clip that, Panda. And I get to throw you under the bus. We'll get canceled together. But here it is, Waste Walker, a 7/5 overwhelm. Ziggs coming through, dealing 2 more burn damage to the Nexus. Lead and follow. This actually isn't too bad now with the Blossoming Blade blocking the Waste Walker. You're getting a lot of damage through, but you know, setting this down to 1 HP means that it's not going to be chumping like it was before. And Flawless Duet is just another like rep of attackers working towards leveling up Azir and Aurelia. Dalton, however, is analyzing the line. There is a world where you need this 1 mana.
And it looks like, yeah, he's going to pass there. Not going to take it this turn. Obviously, it wouldn't have been the biggest attack, but it still helps in leveling up Azir. Helps in obviously getting just ping damage through and some pressure. But it looks like all 7 mana is needed for this turn to bring down Aurelia.
Yeah, with the 7, by preserving that mana, you're able to play Aurelia and Doomkeeper and Flawless Duet here to get a ton of damage potentially through with this Green Glade duo. Put your opponent on the back line and try to finish from there.
And there is no actual interaction in hand, it looks like, from, has Talia, has the Magus, has the Arsenal for turn 8, but I think we're not going to get to turn 8. Azir levels up here.
So again, crunching, just taking the extra time to just think a little bit ahead, crunch the numbers, rely on this Green Glade duo. You can look at Trickster Sari's deck and you see there's like no way to stop this elusive damage, and saving that 1 mana pays off dividends. Instead of 1 mana deal 3, you've now got 1 mana deal 20. Azir's leveled up. These things are getting huge, and Sari might be forced to just trade away the board now. And then there's no threat on the return swing. Is this actually lethal?
It's going to be 11 just from the duo itself. There aren't enough blockers for everything else. The minimum damage will be 2 off of whatever's not blocked. So, and the Blade Surge, of course, is also there for Aurelia. So it's going to be lethal, I believe, here for Azir Aurelia. Looking great for Ziggs, looking great for Waste Walker, but not great enough against the power of many, many blades.
The blades and the soldiers claim another victim. When this deck is monstrous for sure, but when you're playing at such a high level, you see the players like see the lines that might be missed by a lesser player, and they push through these absurd amounts of damage that otherwise wouldn't be possible. And there it is, 2-0 for Dalton over Sari. the Talia Ziggs did some pretty strong stuff, but similar to Draven Scion, just maybe one turn too slow against some of these more optimized lists that have stood the test of time.
And we're seeing lists that are built just to kind of, you know, have all the cards in the archetype and all this. You're not really thinking about what the meta looks like, what I'm trying to counter. So we saw it there. It means that these decks that are very, very strong, if not interacted with, will go unchecked for the first week or two. It's been the case always with aggro at the start of the season and with decks like Aziralia, that because we saw that there's no elusive, there's no interaction with elusives, all of a sudden you're getting hit for 11 and losing the game because of it. So it's more a factor, I think, of always the first week of experimentation. It's not going to be so refined, and it won't be trying to cover all the bases instead just focusing on your own game plan. And of course, there will be problems with that like we saw there. So unfortunately, Sorry drops down to the loser's bracket, and Dilton steals his spot in the winner's final. But we have one more semifinal to look at. Owie versus Broken Ball is currently 1-1, and I think we can jump right into that game 3 very soon.
Wonderful.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so Owie again, we saw take down Fresh Lobster, the EU seasonal champion from the seasonal that just passed, and Broken Ball, a previous Fight Night champion, going toe-to-toe here. And I'm really curious to see how Broken Ball approached the new meta. Because there's different flavors. Everybody's like Draven Scion. I think everybody has a love for discard aggro, so having like a more mature version of that deck come through and be so strong right out of the box is great for these players to pilot, and it brings back, I think, a little bit more of the subtlety that was missing from discard. It gained a reputation as time went on as being a pretty high rolly deck that didn't have as much nuance as before, but now with this deck having more lines of play with what to discard and things that want to be discard, it feels like there's a little bit more play there. Ravenous Flock being included in this list as well, so a little bit of compensation for the mirror match, it looks like, already from Broken Ball.
Look at what the deck looks like. We mentioned a few ideas when we were casting Lobster versus Owie. Maybe Broken Ball has already implemented these ideas. We'll see if there's any sentries in the deck. Looks like there are no Arachnoid sentries, but a very different list of what we've been seeing. There's 3 copies of Time Winder, actually. 3 copies of Ravenous Flock. A lot more control elements, it seems. And maybe just, again, focusing on Scion and just forgetting about everything else in the early game.
Yeah, so really going in on this mid-range style. Having more control, and again, the Time Winder is great for like maybe dealing with these elusive threats, a lot of 1 HP things. Maybe you cover Aziralia a little bit better, and then it's still a discard enabler. But Owie now just setting up, has the Nami in hand, has the Shelly, no Fizz quite yet, and just needs to keep playing out cards, right, to meet the requirement for hidden pathways eventually.
And you mentioned as a joke, you know, having the Flock to kill your own Scion, but I think that might be what we're maybe looking at here. It's a possibility. There's no sentries in the deck, so it's not like you're going for stuns really. Broken Ball, you know, thinking maybe too outside of the box. He's you know, he's gone outside the realm of what is considered normal, and he is taking in 3 copies of Ravenous Flock and Time Winder into the deck. And this will be a repeat of the game 3 that we saw between Owie and Lobster when it comes to the archetypes. It will be Fizz Nami for Owie versus his opponent playing the discard with Draven and Scion, and we saw how it ended, you know, in that last game 3 with elusives being just a tad quicker than the discard deck and just no real interaction from either player. So Owie able to get a clean win with the elusives. We'll see if it's the same here. He does have the Nami already on the board, has the Shelly as well, and has a whole lot of spells.
And ooh, hits the Time Winder with the prank. That's going to be +2 cost on that spell. I was going to say, having the Time Winder and Ravenous Flock combination to clear one of these big elusive threats later in the game is going to be huge. Broken Ball able to discard a Scion to grant Overwhelm to the Sump Dredger is also very important. So that way you have a really decent stat line, but still pushing through more damage in the mid game. Aloof Travelers as well in Broken Ball's deck. Godlike. Really teching for the mirror, apparently. You use Aloof Travelers to discard your opponent's Scion. They get the Overwhelm buff, but they just lose the Scion from their hand, and they have to take another chance at redrawing it, I suppose. This also hits Senna in Veigar Senna. You'll hit Mini Morph, and Senna in the Veigar Senna matchup as well, which I've been the victim of.
And of course, the most meta-defining card, you'll be hitting the Arsenal before it comes down with Spell Shields. Listen, Broken Ball, he knew it was coming. He had some nightmares last night. He's like, nah, it's not going to happen in this tournament. I'm bringing Aloof.
This is, yeah, because Aloof is dual region PNZ Bandle City, so it does indeed find its way into this deck. It is card draw as well. It's just like having extra Sump Dredger. So, wow, I'm very impressed by this build. I gotta cop some of these texts right now.
Consider that, you know, Sari is a practice partner of Broken Ball. So Sari was probably, you know, telling Broken Ball how broken, you know, the Arsenal was. And Broken Ball's like, all right, I'm going to be a little sneaky. I'm going to put in 3 copies of Aloof Travelers in my deck just in case I face Sari later on.
All right, so Time Winder's coming down. Pings the Nami, pings the Mirai Songstress. And so that way the Ravenous Flocks are ready to go to ping this Nami if things start to get out of control. We've got 2 Overwhelm units, discarding the Scion, by the way. So now we've got 2 Overwhelm units for the mid game here. Broken Ball recognizing, I'm attacking on even turns. And again, this is a matchup where Scion is going to be perhaps a little bit too slow to end the game. And taking that risk and just being proactive with shifting your win condition away from such a powerful and apparent win con style card in your deck, it definitely shows Broken Ball's veteran status in this game.
No mana to work with anymore for Owie to try and, you know, prepare any defenses here, and a double flock comes in to double punish Owie. Both the Songstress and the Nami go down, and now Broken Ball has a bit of an empty hand.
Oh my god, Aloof hit Shelly here? Ruined!
He has the Aloof. He draws with it as well. He has the Great Physicians to draw even more, and he found the Scion naturally in the top deck anyway, so everything is planned here for Broken Ball, and he has calculated everything, and he knows that Aloof Traveler is the strongest card in the game. Hits a big target on every new archetype.
He's got a plan. This is predetermined. This is... Chat can't see my face right now, but I am like just completely shocked at the Aloof Travelers hitting these like massive targets right now. And Scion comes back in the hand again, and Broken Ball discards him again and says, get out of here.
Broken Ball has not slept since the expansion launch. He's been crunching the numbers, and Aloof Travelers is the card to include in Draven Scion. He's ahead of the curve. No one else has done it. He's going to be the trendsetter in this case.
I'm literally putting Aloof Travelers in my deck as we speak. I'm gonna just abuse this card. I gotta say, it hits a lot of really strong targets right now. And again, we talked about the mirror match, having the Ravenous Flock, having the Aloof Travelers, and just this mid-range control style. There is, importantly, no rummage in Broken Ball's version. We saw that previously in Fresh Lobster's version, etc., where you want a little bit more reload. But this one is just doubling down on having a good curve. Plays more like just a mid-range deck, right? Where because your cards are performing so much double duty, when you discard them, you theoretically don't need as much card draw. So it's interesting to see that line being taken.
There's a big attack coming in from Broken Ball. We talked about the speeds of these game plans, and Broken Ball has completely switched that, you know, knowing that maybe Scion would come in too late for it to be impactful. More, you know, controlling the board more with Ravenous Flock, making sure he can interact with his opponent's game plan that Owie couldn't do against Lobster, which is why it was maybe an issue, or Lobster couldn't do it against Owie, rather. And in this case, putting in so much damage just through the Sump Dredgers, which before were just chump blocked, but in this case have Overwhelmed now with the Scion discards, and are creating a problem here for Owie.
So Fizz levels up here, stress defense being used on an enemy unit like we saw before. So just less damage coming through. Owie is going to be comfortable at 4 HP to get out of Get Excited range. And still has a hope here. With a lot of spells in hand, a Nami top deck. Doesn't do it. Maybe Hidden Pathways gets the Nami. A lot of cheap spells to buff up the comrades here.
Finds the Shelly, but only has 5 minutes to work with. It would give him a Tune 1, but not enough to play 2 spells there. Has to play, instead, the 2-1 elusive here.
Oh, baby. So we've got 8 elusive damage. Still a tall hill to climb here. Purple Berry Shake would be +1, 9, 10 with the Pokey Stick. Needs to find 3 more damage. Where does it come from in this list without Nami? Can you Pokey Stick and draw the Nami and then get reps off of your final 2 spells? I'm not sure if she's leveled here.
Shelly comes in. You have it is elusive at least. You do have the Purple Berry. You know what I'm talking about. The
Purple Berry Shake.
Purple Berry Shake. All right, now it's been registered in my brain. For the 2-1, yeah. So there is a kind of a stat buff there. There's no interaction whatsoever in Broken Ball's hand. Well, he has the axe, but the axe, of course, can do nothing. And the damage comes in. 1 damage off on the lethal.
Yeah, so it's lethal with Pokey Stick. This can target the Nexus, and Broken Ball would specifically need to have Get Excited and a second Time Winder in order to counter the Pokey Stick. And this is going to be a lethal you're going to see, I think, a lot, chat, so get used to it. What's this crack in the side of your Nexus? I'm going to poke it with a stick, and then the entire thing comes crumbling down and explodes. Oh, he was able to find the line, plays the Shelly out even without the AoE. It's still elusive, and that's all you need down to the wire.
Where we find out that the gem on the Nexus is actually just, with band-aids and tape, and it's actually not as strong as it looks. One good stick poke. You have to, it has to be good technique, just a good strong poke in the middle, and it will crumble down. And that will be, Owie once again with the elusives against Draven Scion, taking the win right under, where he has to. We once again thought that maybe Broken Ball's strategy of going more interactive, having the Phlox to control the Nami, for example, and the Songstress early on, and not going all in on Scion. Maybe it's too late. Almost paid off, but not quite enough, and still able to get the win there for Owie rather. Owie is on a roll. Win seasonal, comes in, takes down Lobster and Broken Ball, and now finds himself in the winner's final of this tournament versus Dilton.
Yeah, and again, playing new decks too, right? Like not relying on the tried and true archetypes, even the stuff that he played during the seasonal tournament. Running these newer decks, being able to adapt to them so quickly and efficiently and still find these lines, see the damage that these lists are capable of, just goes to show, that when you're a high-level player, a lot of those skills just make it so that you're a threat almost no matter what you're playing.
That will be it for this round. We saw, of course, all the matches of the semifinal being played out. We're going to a very quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back with the winners final between Owie and Dilton, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You're just in time for us to jump into these winners' finals here in just a few moments. The players that have made it all the way to this stage of the bracket are Owie and Dalton.
And Dalton, of course, made it to the top 8 of the last seasonals. One win away from, guaranteeing the spot in Worlds. Has also been someone that's really been popping off in the German Uniliga. Has been really doing, a really great job. And also, of course, in the Fight Night, the last edition that he was playing in, he did a great job as well. And overall, just one of the very strong and very well-known German players. And Germany, of course, one of the strongest countries in Europe for competitive Runeterra. And France is also not very far off, with it being the only country that has 2 winners of the seasonals, with Owie winning the last one and Den winning the first one. So a little, a French sandwiching all the other winners in between them. But right now, obviously, Owie is popping off in the winners final of this tournament and has that confidence from winning the seasonal this past weekend as well. So really, it's going to be a tough match for both of these players. And both players are bringing kind of definitely the 3 most best performing archetypes, new archetypes from this new expansion, plus Aziralia and Dilson's lineup. But, at least we get to see kind of some of the best players bringing some of the best new archetypes and how they've built them and how they've played them as well. We've seen Owie obviously popping off with his Nami against Draven Sion, getting 2 wins back-to-back against Lobster and then against Broken Ball as well. And in Daleson's case, we saw him popping off with Veigar Senna, and all these decks just looking like they work really well for those archetypes.
And what I like also about a lot of the new archetypes is, even though early archetypes always need some experimentation and some refinement, it's not just about making the deck more efficient. What card is actually the best fit? It's about which card fits my playstyle the best, which cards am I including specifically to account for the mirror match in the meta. Flexibility of that nature is something that I really enjoy, and that it kind of leads us into Dalton's take on Senna Veigar, because there are some very interesting ideas with this list. Some cards that are being included and some cards that are being excluded. There's 3 copies of the Ishtali Sentinel, right? It's that big 6-mana lifesteal unit. Some versions only run 1 or 2 just to have a little bit of lifesteal against aggressive matchups. But Dalton saying, I love the darkness duplication, right? Its extra ability of duplicating the darkness to target the Nexus means that if you've got the mana to spare, it deals a little bit of burst damage. We're also seeing 1 copy of Mist's Call, allowing you to punish your opponent for instantly removing your Senna or your Veigar, is fantastic tempo. Runs Aloof Travelers as well. We saw the power of that in the previous match, being able to discard your opponent's win conditions, but just drawing the extra cards is exactly what this deck needs. It needs to hit its power cards very consistently and quickly.
And we have things like many more, thinking about Sion, thinking about this card being one of the, meta warping finishers now, just because, maybe not because of how strong the deck is, but just because of how, maybe fun or new it is to play. Obviously, going to be a big part of the play rate in these first weeks, not just in this tournament, but on ladder as well, as players with the EU Masters being announced are being very competitive on ladder. It's not just, oh, let's see if I can get to Masters first, or let's see if I can, do well. It's let's see if I can qualify for this tournament in these next 2 weeks. So we're going to see very quickly players are going to be starting to refine and to try and be as competitive as possible, and deck list will kind of be a reflection of that.
There's the duality of, I want to climb with something tried and true so that I can increase my ladder rank and qualify for EU Masters. And then there's the other side of the coin saying that if I get some early practice in with some of these newer archetypes, then I'll have a more diverse pool of options for crafting a lineup for that format. But going into this match here, Dalton does have some very decent early game. No elusive blockers yet. Has Pokey Stick, but needs Vile Feast, needs Veigar to try to get some darknesses set up to answer these elusives. Purpleberry Shake going to protect the Kelp Maidens, and does complete its Nexus Strike to generate a Prank in hand. Prank is very potent in this matchup. If you can hit key cards, slow down your opponent's removal, Senna and Veigar absolutely despise getting pranked.
Turn 3 now, Nami coming down on curve with the Attune. Next turn, there's 2 more Kelp Maidens in hand. If Owie plays all 3 of them, pranks every single card in Dalton's hand, and then sends him a message in his friend list and says, it's just a prank, bro, he'll become my favorite player of all time. I'm waiting for this to happen. One Kelp Maiden is down already, so maybe not going to be the case. But a lot of pranking will be happening in the next few turns if these Kelp Maidens go unanswered.
And I like just getting rid of the catalyzer, right? Because it's a card that forces you to block. If it gets multiple reps of its strike to stack up the darkness, suddenly your opponent's generating deal 4, deal 5, and you don't have Nami or Shelly to potentially outscale the darkness any longer. Being up to 3 damage at the very least means you can cover Purple Berry Shake. And here comes the prank. We've got either -1 attack invulnerable or -1 attack and can't block. The can't block is a bit redundant going against the elusive deck, but I suppose you might as well prank the one that your opponent's more likely to play next.
That's a very impressive French comprehension you have there, Scarzig. I'm very impressed. Definitely not the keywords that did it for you. Definitely is your, comprehensive nature in the French language.
Oui.
That's all that was there. And the fact that the prank card is called farce in French is maybe telling, maybe, the French are a bit more direct with the word prank. It's not just a prank, bro. It's more serious.
I know, right? It's not prank, it's tax fraud. But let's see here. Honestly, yeah, like you're actually taxing your opponent's hand. You're making it more expensive. You're making the cards worse. There's a moral here, Panda. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something to be learned here. But going into the next round, Dalton does now have Senna. Having a nice quick attack threat will be a way to start evening out the board. Dalton might go for the Aloof Travelers, try to hit Nami, try to hit Shelly here. Just depends on like what kind of read you have on your opponent's deck, or if you're feeling like if a Shelly comes down, I don't have a way to answer it, so it's better to pre-answer it.
And we have things like Withering Wail in the deck as well, that, for things like the Kelp Maidens here, and before Nami gets leveled up, it's just, +1 to attack, not to the health stat, so these will be very vulnerable to kind of a board-wide clear, and would obviously help Senna level up very quickly if she's on the board when it happens.
So just open attacks to get the free damage, knowing that the Kelp Maidens aren't going to block there. Wants to see what OE does first. And I wonder if, accounting for the Aloof Travelers, you play the Shelly out. The issue becomes if you play the Shelly, then it's very easy for Dalton to play Dark Bulb Acolyte and get another darkness to clear it.
There's the Attune coming in as well, trying to help the Nami come in leveled up when she does come in. Possibly she is there in hand, but hasn't been played just yet. Even though she is kind of an engine-based character, but I think it's because she would be quite vulnerable to something like the darkness, and there we see it here. The darkness possibly coming down and killing the Shelly in the process.
And this is going to be a very important decision we're going to be seeing, I think, going forward, is your opponent has you under darkness pressure. You have to sacrifice something to that darkness, and the choice between Nami or Shelly is not always going to be correct, right? It's like sometimes you need to do one or the other, depending on what you have in hand, depending on your board state. Is it better to have that focused buff, or is it better to have the AoE buff? Not if Nami's about to level. So a lot of factors still being considered with a situation like this, and the elusives just getting stacked up and keep on threatening here.
And missing some spell synergy. If there were more access to spells in hand, the Burblefish would be discounted, obviously, but also the Shelly might have been a lot better and much more valuable than Nami. But in the case of what the hand looked like at the moment, you were missing a bit of cheap spells to really get to pop off. And you can't play the Burblefish until they're discounted, and then you have to play spells before that. So it just wasn't working out, I think, with the current hand that Owie had, and he opted to, value the Nami a bit more, I think, and played a bit slower as well.
You play slower, and with a line like this, if Nami levels up, then you have her coming into play with 4 HP, which currently outscales Dalton's darkness. We have caster vision, so we see that Dalton's hand is just all units, and so it's just a matter of, okay, well, Aoi still has to respect the removal, so has to respect Pokestick, Vile Feast, Withering Wail. Conchologist generating a little bit more removal as well. We see the group shot in hand. It deals 1 damage, but if you have 4 allies in play, group shot actually deals 2 damage. Which we're actually about to see here. Ironically, for a control deck, Senna Veigar tends to have a lot of bodies in play. So I've seen some variants actually main deck the group shot.
Little volume adjusting here. I thought I was going for the surrender. I'm like, this is a bit early for the surrender. I mean, it's just Dr. Conch. It's not the lethal yet.
Yep. So here's group shot.
Some damage does go into the Nexus though, and down to 8 HP for Dalton. So the next big swing from the Elusive's turn, if OE survives, not just to get to that turn and to set up the attack, but just to get to that point, set up the attack and not have a darkness at fast speed targeting his Nexus for lethal is the biggest problem.
Yeah, still plenty of HP for OE, even if a Senna or a Veigar gets set up. It's still a long ways to go before that becomes a threat. And with no spells, this is a bit interesting, right, Panda? With no spells, you can't get rid of your spell mana. So you can't level up Nami by having your mana carry over as spell mana for the next round. You have to like start playing attunes.
And it's where, you know, the pranks would need to come in from the Kelp Minions, and where it really is a big deal to get those pranks, because then you discount the Burble Fishes, you get more spells, you get the Nami level up, maybe with a tune, you have a chance to attune and not waste that mana, and everything starts flowing and working out a lot better.
And it looks like that there is just enough now for Nami to level. I was worried that it would be a bit too difficult. And with the darkness being pranked, it's a much bigger commitment for Dalton here. And it's still only at 3 damage, you see. So Nami is safe until a Catalyzer or a Veigar is set up.
And it looked like OE might decide to, you know, just opt out of blocking here. Just take the hit here. 3 mana to work with for Dalton without a chance to, I guess, yeah, with... It would have to be played slow because Senna's not down the board. There's not enough mana to play her. So I think he knows that if he open attacks, he'll be safe. He does have a chance to play Pokestick and to play the Fizz, but he needs a spell. To, yeah, I guess the one from the Burblefish might, one of them will be Bird Speed for next turn.
Ooh, and look at this. Now that the darkness has been pranked, he has the room now to chump block this 2/2. Take a little bit less damage. And because all of your darkness generating cards don't give you a new darkness when you have one in hand already, Dalton absolutely has to cast this darkness eventually. For 5 mana.
Well, that's not the right archetype, but it is at least a card you can use to activate Fizz's elusive ability, and obviously get a buff from Nami as well.
That is a 1 mana Bilgewater spell that the Burblefish honestly had like a nigh unbreakable pool of cards, but now there's one that actually gives you a bad card on top of your deck.
I would have liked to see the Pokestick coming out before the Burblefish was played, to see what you draw, and also you would have 1 more spell mana as well. So minor mistake there from OE.
Yeah, probably just hoping to maybe get something like Purple Berry Shake, something a bit more defensive, because we've gone like, when you're thinking about this from maybe Aui's perspective, we've gone this whole game with Dalton casting almost no removal spells, right? We saw like Pokestick earlier, and I think that was about it. So we're still looking at Vile Feasts and Withering Wail and whatnot, and maybe just is in a position where, oh man, I really want to get the some defense here to protect this board, because there's just no fuel for Nami. It's been all units for Dalton and mostly all units as well for OE.
The Jettison comes in just to give Fizz the level up and the elusive, of course, as well. And this is going to be kind of the last push. We see it a lot with these Fizz Nami decks. They commit to this last push. If you have the answers, you're probably fine, because they end up, you know, kind of running out of steam when it comes to this point. If you don't have the answers, you just die to a barrage of elusives. And that's the case once again. Dalton
really unfortunate.
Submits to this as well. And OE on his 3rd victory in a row with his deck in 3 series in a row. Game 1 goes to him. He did it against you know, the Scion Draven, and he does it now again against Veigar Senna. So the deck, if you're, you know, in chat looking to net deck, this might be the one for you. Fast games, aggro playstyle, and definitely seems to be working out for OE.
And a little bit of finesse, right? Balancing the units and the spells. There's a little bit of sauce there. It's not just play out the elusives and kill for the most part. And making the decisions around like Shelly versus Nami is also important, like we saw earlier, where sometimes you have to sacrifice a unit to a removal spell to clear a path for your true win condition to shine through. And that's just a little bit of bad luck, right? No Withering Wail, no hidden pathways to find the Withering Wail. There was the one turn where Aloof Travelers maybe was an option. You get one more card draw, but again, when you're versing an elusive aggro deck, you kind of don't want to give them cards either.
And that was the mulligans that Owie was looking for. Finds the perfect combo for the 5 damage turn 1. And that's one way to start things off. You know, already putting down a lot of the damage on the board. Mulligan away the survival skills, but draws it again. And I think he's not too sad about that because that card will be fantastic once the darkness tries to threaten, you know, one of the strongest units on the board there, like the Draven that was just drawn. You will have a perfect answer.
Oh, baby. The 1 mana Decimate +1. And comes through with Grave Physician as well. You discard a card to draw a unit. Very specifically, you draw a unit off of Grave Physician.
And the discard on the Sum Treasure goes into what I mentioned before about the survival skills having to hit the Draven instead of the Sum Treasure, for example. Could be, you know, part of the reason why that was the play there.
Yeah, a lot of the other cards, right, like the second Zonite Urchin is more cheap cycling. And just keeping the Poro Cannon in hand to have some elusive damage to go underneath. Aoi now recognizes, right, that Senna Veigar maybe does have a little bit of an elusive weakness because you put them on having to draw very specific cards.
We could see more discards here. Poro Cannon for 0 mana can be played onto the Scion, for example. The Axe can be played as well if you're looking to maybe even an attempt to level up Draven. Depends what you're looking at exactly. But you do want to have, I think, options to be able to proc that survival skills kind of on the fly, which Poro Cannon might be used for. Just to protect the Draven, really.
Yeah, if that wasn't a catalyzer there, if that was just like Darkbolt Acolyte, the darkness was just going to be at 2 damage, I could see a world where Aoi does just put Overwhelm on the Draven from discarding Scion and just starts to punch through a little bit. But now with darkness at 3, the Draven's days are numbered. Zonite Urchin now has some fodder in hand thanks to the Spinning Axe. And we're going to just keep drawing. We're going to keep looking for some mid-game power cards. Down to 16 HP for Dalton means that Scion coming through could potentially end the game if the bad luck continues and Dalton doesn't get Mini-Morph.
There's a Boom Baboon being drawn as well. Only 1 mana now to work with, though, for Owie, so cannot play it this last turn. But now this turn will be yet again another big attack token turn, and with the survival skills backup, might be pretty strong against Dalton if Dalton doesn't expect it.
Yeah, because you can go for darkness right now at slow speed. If Aoi goes for, you know, survival skills to protect the Draven, then there has to be a very strong read that there is no Pokey Stick or Vile Feast to follow up to get another chump against the Draven. The survival skills will protect it for the duration of the turn, but it's just this fact that Dalton doesn't have any blockers here, and Aloof Travelers into Scion Draven. There's a lot of cards that want to be discarded in that deck.
There's the darkness being played onto the Draven. Draven, of course, the strongest unit on the board now for Owie. So any kind of discard on the survival skills will proc onto the Draven and will protect him and deny this darkness from killing the Draven, at least. For this turn.
So now this allows you to complete your attack, which is so important. You don't want to use that on a defensive turn. Now with the attack token, this is more guaranteed. Keeps the Scion in hand. This is another consideration, right? Because you get the Flame Chompers, you can just drag the Veigar to the side. You don't need to put the you don't have to put the Overwhelm, right? Because you're getting the free damage through anyway. Down to
Scarzig,
4, double get excited in hand.
It's over. We don't even need Scion when you have double get excited. You have the cards to discard, and your opponent just might not expect it. On turn 6, 2 get excited is coming in exactly to present lethal, and this is why this deck is so strong, and just not enough units really played out from Dalton. And again, the darkness being countered altogether is a huge tempo loss for Dalton, and this might be the punish for that tempo loss.
Yeah, this version is a little bit, just a tiny bit greedier, right? With the triple Ishtal Sentinel, double Rekindler at the top end. We've got Stress Defense, so you can get multiple reps off of Catalyzer, protect your Veigar and your Senna, and 2 copies of Aloof Travelers for a little bit of disruption and more card draw. And you've got to give up something. And the early game is what was given up here. We've seen some versions of Senna Veigar run Otterpuss, right, for the early game. You get a 1-drop, you use Prank to kind of keep your opponent's cards from curving out as well to pressure. But here, just the wrong parts of the deck being drawn in both of these games, unfortunately. And Senna Veigar goes down. Aui's still at 20 HP.
And, you know, if anyone out there was looking for decks to play, I'm going to delete all the deck, you know, the discard Draven Scion deck I had and the Fizz Nami deck I had. I'm going to delete them. I'm going to add in always new codes, and I'm going to be playing those this weekend because they look very strong. They, you know, always obviously a great player. You know, I think he's the one definitely making it work as well, but he's been steamrolling through the competition and now finds himself in yet another grand finals as he, you know, is getting accustomed to, it looks like, from the past weekend and this week as well. And it'll have to be dealt in finding his way in the loser's bracket. That being said, we do still have some matches that are ongoing. We'll be hopping into Sari versus Gamebreaker happening right now. Sari is 1-0 up. We'll be hopping into game 2 of that loser's quarterfinal, I guess you would call that round.
So the lower bracket is still continuing here. Gamebreaker, we haven't had a chance to see yet. We've got Shadow Isles Ionia. Is this Senna Karma?
It is, and it has the new landmark, Catalog of Regret.
That card is so strong. You just take Zillion's level 2, and then you put that on a landmark, and you start duplicating the removal. And I said it a little bit earlier about the darkness, where Riot shored up the fact that removal wasn't lining up necessarily numerically with the stats that you were being threatened with, but they just added ways to generate more removal to correct that. And so having more copies of Withering Wail, having these removals back to back, things like Withering Mists are just so potent when you just cast one and get another one in your hand, and you're just keeping up with card advantage using these fleeting removal spells.
And go hard as well. That is the key of the Catalog of Regrets. You get the fleeting go hard, and then you can just get it that much easier.
And then with Senna, if she levels up, your go hards become fast speed. So then you can put 2 go hards on the stack to get fast speed pack your bags, which has already happened to me before. It's really disgusting. But speaking of disgusting, we got a nice wide aggressive board coming from Sari here with a Flame Chompers to pull a blocker to the side and swing through. And attacking on odd turns also means that Scion could be a very respectable finisher.
And the setup has been deployed there. A lot of 1 health units going to be killed off by the Withering Wail. Just most of these blockers will be dying. You have the chump blockers, the spiders as well. So going to be an easy one, Nomad, to work with for Sari. So you know there's not going to be any counterplay on the stack, and you can very freely just go for this Withering Wail. Get the chump blocker on the Draven as well. So take just 0 damage this turn and heal back up to 20. So you couldn't have asked for a better defense here from Gamebreaker. And this is what this deck is all about. It's always been what it's all about. We saw with Gamebreaker a few fight nights ago, I think, with Karma going from, 3 HP back to 20 like 3 times with I Have the Dragons. And it's all about stalling the game and really taking hold of it in the late game.
And the hand is looking pretty thin for Gamebreaker, I'm not going to lie. There is the Senna, there is the Withering Mist, there is enough removal, it looks like. Scattered Pod is going to help immensely. And you've got the Will of Ionia failsafe. You talked about it.
Yeah.
A premium answer for Scion.
And Gamebreaker, kind of thinking outside the box, saying, okay, this deck is going to be very popular. He was right. 6 players, I think, have brought some version of Draven Scion discard to this tournament. And now maybe he's bringing, a control list that can answer the biggest threat, which will be obviously a wide board. So he has Withering Wails. He has ways to defeat several units with one spell and heal as well. And then he has for the Scion a little special Will of Ionia packed just to make sure you can just continue bouncing that big boy back up to the hand.
This is honestly really interesting to see in action because typically, you know, these aggressive decks, Noxus P and Z, you hit them with a couple removal spells, a Withering Wail, and they kind of just scoop and they say, okay, go next. But this mid-range package has way more fuel and staying power. Even Discard was kind of known for its ability to kind of reload thanks to Rummage and Augmented Experimenter. But this deck, because your discards aren't truly discarded from your hand, you just have so many continuous threats. And now with Senna in the Darkness, this is just, again, going to come down to a control grind.
There's a Draven coming down again, and a lot of this is because, you know, you're discarding cards. It's going to be, obviously you have a strong effect because the you know, very weak effect is having to discard a card. But in this, the way this deck is built now with all these new cards, you're not really discarding anything. You're just discarding something to get another card, and you're continuously cycling, so you're refueling all the time. Even if it's not necessarily through drawing, it's more just through generating in some cases. Mm-hmm. But you still have just, we're seeing it here, a full hand to work with on a turn 8, if you're sorry.
And the Lost Soul, the perfect example of this.
Yeah.
The Lost Soul is a unit that when it's discarded, gives you a unit in your hand, the Twin Blade Revenant, and when the Twin Blade Revenant dies, it adds the Lost Soul back to your hand. So it's just this continuous threat, the 4/3. As long as you have a discard available for the Lost Soul, you can have that perpetual threat coming through. Senna is now leveled, and I think just the raw amount of removal being generated by the Darkness, and now with Catalog of Regrets in hand, maybe this is the deck that can go toe-to-toe with the unstoppable, re-risen army of Scion.
Attack token now back in favor for Sari, so the pressure will once again mount. Karma comes into the hand right on time for the Enlightened phase that will be starting on the next turn. So the biggest thing here is now just to bounce the Scion right back to the hand, make the turn completely useless for Sari, play his Karma with the extra mana, and then just try and take hold of the game next turn, even if that means going quite low in health here. He has to play the Karma, though, after the attack has happened because of the Challenger unit on Sari's side of the board. So looks like he's going for the Catalog of Regrets first. Gonna probably play Karma the next turn, then obviously he has to play the Will of Ionia on the Scion in this case, so much of his mana is going to be locked up here. But we'll have a fleeting Will of Ionia next turn, in case the Scion is once again played on the defense turn from Sari.
Yeah, having that potential way to lock up your opponent from wanting to redevelop their card is also very nice. Senna does go down, though, because Will of Ionia needs to be played to answer the Scion. There's no way to protect the Senna there. But she's done her job, right? She's leveled up already. You got the Darkness to hold the fort, and now Karma takes over on round 10. Enlightenment achieved, and we'll see how much Gamebreaker can pop off now that the true win condition has arrived.
And these Draven Scion players will feel like how I felt playing Deep when it first launched with Nautilus into Will of Ionia, where it's kind of obviously the big play for your deck, the same way that Scion is in this deck as a finisher, and it just gets bounced back to hand 3 times in a row. That's how it will be if players start being degenerate and start playing Karma or some kind of Ionia-based spell deck as an answer to Scion.
All right, so no spells played last round, so Catalog doesn't generate anything. And here's another Scion coming through. The Ruination is not even enough to stop Scion, because he will still come back alive as a 10-4. Withering Mist needs to come through.
It'll be doubled up in this case with Karma, which I believe should hit
wait,
the second.
Does that work? Does it?
I believe it should, yeah. It was always the case with kind of the Aristocrat and most summon effects.
Oh, yeah.
But you also kill the Karma, so I'm not sure if that's a big, you know, that's not really the game-winning game plan for Gamebreaker. If he has to, he'll have to go for it probably.
Goes for it. Oh, yeah, that does kill the Scion. Look at that. Now, the thing is that there is still an attack token for Sari, so you kind of get a free-ish development here. Unfortunately, there is Fey Folk to hold the fort afterwards. A fleeting Ruination will be added to Gamebreaker's hand as well, so Sari will not be able to reload and reestablish the board next round as well.
And Scion will be Scion return, but for a very short time. A 1-second return and he's gone once again. A more expensive, obviously, Will of Ionia there, but there is yet another copy in hand, and obviously the hand is still completely full for Sari, so the deck is working how it intended, apparently. Draven comes down once again. The attack, still 12 HP for Gamebreaker, so still quite healthy, but, you know, who would have thought that Spooky Karma, or at least this new version of it, would be the deck running out of cards and options in the late game, and Draven Discard will be the deck that has 10 cards in hand on turn 10.
This is the staying power of this deck is obscene. I've been running Lady of Blood as well, and it looks like you don't even need it. Like, just the ability for this deck to hang on with just the Lost Souls and the Twin Blade Revenants constantly throwing out a 4-3 challenger. It's such a devastating stat line, and here it is, Draven leveling up with the survival skills. It's important to note that survival skills keeps your unit from falling below 1 HP, but does not cover kill spells. And because Scion is still ready to go here, he can dare Gamebreaker to play the Ruination. You can't unless you have Karma in play. Or
you need a Will of Ionia. You need the Will of Ionia. You don't find it. You find the Withering Will instead. And this is not a wide board. Well, Boom Baboon is trying to make me look wrong here, but Withering Will is not going to do it against Scion and against this Draven here. You need the Will of Ionia instead. If you can't find it, if you're Gamebreaker, I think it has to be game over.
And what's the top deck? Another double whale. Hang on, does that survive?
At what cost, though? I mean, you're not really doing much to help the board. You're just...
At what cost? Let me see. There's whale and piercing darkness is slow speed without Senna there to develop it. It is, you are indeed surviving here. You're keeping Scion alive, so you can kill him at the opportune moment.
Is it worth surviving just to see this big, ghost-looking, big, bald man just attack your Nexus for the 3rd time this game? You're out of options. If you do kill him, he comes back. He's not done yet. Scion returned, and he's rallying, and you're dead once again.
Yep, and so Withering Whale is going to be the spell that Catalog of Regrets generates, but what do we need? We need to top deck Karma and then do... No, it doesn't work.
No, you just need Will of Ionia. With Catalog of Regrets, you just keep bouncing it eternally.
There's only one more Will of Ionia in the deck. Go Hard.
Go Hard is not it.
Oh my god, did you see that hover? That's the first copy. There's not even a chance of, like, pack your bags or something.
And as a reminder, because we jumped into this game, this is, you know, game 2 of the series, but Sari is 1-0 up, so this is match point for Gamebreaker. If he can't find a way to get the win here and stop this Scion's onslaught, he will be dropping out of this tournament.
And so Withering Mist, just so much healing coming through, just barely trying to hold the fort here. And with the open attack, I still think it's lethal, right? Because you have to... The Twin Blade Revenant still pulls the Scattered Pod to the side. Augmented Experimenter comes through to draw even more cards. The Lost Soul gets discarded, so you get Twin Blade Revenant back as part of this deal, and you're drawing 3 new cards.
You have to get excited for some extra burn in case, you know, the 12 attack on Scion isn't enough. You have survival skills as well. I believe Gamebreaker did probably lose that game, and which is why we went to a Yu-Gi-Oh stream briefly, but we're going to assume that Gamebreaker forgot about the delay, forgot about ending the stream, and that is maybe a game loss for Gamebreaker, but we'll see how it ended here. I think it was, you know, the writing was there. Sari is definitely in control of this game, and will be taking this game too, I think, and will be sealing his pass on to the loser semis against Broken Ball, actually, I think.
Yeah, very, very impressive to see, again, the thematics of Scions, having these soldiers that die and come back to life and just keep on, like, just assaulting your base and threatening you. And even with the power of all of these removal spells and doubling down on them and generating these extra copies, it's still not enough to keep up with just the continuous threat generation. And honestly, with Sari at 9 HP, there was a way maybe for this to turn the corner if Senna was able to stick to the board. But the key turning point for sure was when Gamebreaker had to sacrifice their own karma to the double ruination just to answer the Scion.
Not just that, but just the card disadvantage going into the late game. We talked about, jokingly about the disparity there between both decks, but it's not something that you tend to see with a control list that has less resources than its opponent. And maybe, things like with Ionia, they do a great job of stopping their opponent's tempo, but don't really answer the problem outright because the Scion will keep getting replayed and you have to keep having answers for it. So if you don't have a way to end the game quick enough while you're getting that tempo advantage, then you're not going to really, solve the problem that Sari was posing here, which is a very big Scion attacking every single turn that he can. And when you don't have the way to answer it, you end up dying to it.
And there's a Reborn Grenadier being put down. Discards the Lost Soul, and there is finally the surrender. It's too much to handle. You didn't get the second Will of Ionia to answer the Scion, but by the time you did, there was going to be more reinforcements to back him up and threaten that Nexus.
And that will be it for that kind of losers quarterfinal extra round we had because the winners final was so quick with always victory over Dilton. And we're going to check a quick peek at the bracket to see how things stand before we go to a quick break. But it is, of course, Sari versus Broken Bull in that loser semifinal. And then Dilton will be waiting very patiently in the losers final. But the top four is already set in stone for this tournament. Owie, Dilton, Sari, and Broken Bull. And 3 out of the 4 are actually part of the same practice group. So it looks like the practice has paid off for them at least. For the German players, not so much. Most of them are out of the tournament already. And it is only Dilton remaining as the German hope for this tournament. But that is it for this round. We'll be coming back after 5 minutes with the loser semifinal between Broken Bull and Sari. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to see who is going to take on Dalton in the lower bracket. We've got Broken Ball versus Sorry. Now, we have a chance now, finally, to take a closer look at one of Broken Ball's decks. It is Poppy Lucian. Now, this list brought by Broken Ball, this is like sort of the idea that Poppy has landed in. When it comes to like Demacia decks, the Stony Suppressor, the Bannerman, you viewer have probably seen like the Misfortune variant running around, but this one is going with the Ionia package of Young Witch and just one Nopify in the deck. The idea is just to curve out as hard as you can and then hit that Relentless Pursuit at the top end. Even if you're paying 4 or 5 mana for it, you don't care, as long as it's lethal. You've got even more board-wide buffing, thanks to Bannerman and Poppy working together. And with Lucian and Senna, Sentinel of Light, you have a chance to rally a little bit more and just further punish your opponent for trying to remove your board.
And when I, first heard, Lucian Poppy, I'm like, damn, this might be, a really interesting new archetype. But then I just, looked at the deck and said, looks like Poppy just substituted Zed and called it a day. It's gonna be a very similar deck that has, like you said, the same payoff that you could have mentioned with just curving out and hitting rally. Was similar to how Zed at Lulu played out. Because this is Mogwai from the seasonal, I'm contagious now by his mispronunciations with Demacia champions. Don't get near him, guys. It's contagious, really. But Zed Lulu played out in a very similar way. This is, of course, different. You're not running anything like Twin Disciplines. You're not going so spell heavy. And you're playing more for just a more natural Demacia curve with Bannerman, of course. But still, a lot of similarities. And it will obviously be playing for the board and trying to retain board from the very beginning and get a huge tempo and pressure advantage that way.
Yeah, Stony Suppressor hits like the center Veigar decks, kind of interferes with the Fizz Nami stuff thanks to making their spells more expensive and having a slew of challenger players for your early mid game. So I'm really curious to see, how this is going to line up against some of the more newer decks that we've seen. And then, of course, like Save and Dry on. Yep, now I've got it. Oh, no, it's true.
I told you. I warned you, Scarry.
Draven Scion. But Saving Private Dryon.
That's the new movie that you never knew you wanted to watch, but coming to theaters very soon.
It's Saving Private Ryan, but everybody's zombies. Oh, that does actually sound like a pretty cool movie. But anyway, both of these players, very strong. Broken Ball won a previous Fight Night EU. He's still pretty young, but, he knows what he's talking about, obviously. The practice group is paying off. If I'm not mistaken, Isn't Owie the only one? He's the odd man out from the practice group. Because I think, if I'm recalling correctly, when he had won a Fight Night EU, we did get some information that he's actually just a ladder monster. He doesn't really practice with a lot of other players. He just grinds it on the ladder and just has really, really strong insights to what the tournament meta is going to look like, just based on, having that slice of the ladder metagame.
Yeah, someone that kind of obviously made a big splash with the first EU Masters team and with just overall being one of the big names for France early on. But then kind of, I think, did a lot of content creation stuff. Wasn't really, like you mentioned, in tournaments that much. Wasn't really, I think, making that big of a splash in the competitive scene. But he's come in with the real force for the seasonal and now with this tournament as well. Kind of reminding us that he's definitely one of the top players in France and one of the top players in Europe as well, going into maybe Worlds as well.
And so with this first game, we've got Sorry on another board-based aggressive deck with this Talia Ziggs versus the Lucian Poppy. So we'll see who can hit their curve the best. Ancient Preparations already hitting the board, making these next few draws a bit more consistent. Fleet Feather Tracker into Young Witch or Bright Steel Protector is a classic curve. Broken Ball might opt for that depending on what Sorry goes for, rather than playing the Stony Suppressor here.
And in the case here for this, landmark-based deck, it's again not super interactive. It is interactive in the sense that it has obviously some damage spells, but not that many control tools and not many ways to stop certain things on Broken Ball's side, like kind of combat tricks and again Demacia style stuff happening, which might be a problem.
Ooh, so both players taking very slow lines here, right? Broken Ball not attacking with the Fleet Feather Tracker, because he knew that Sari didn't want to develop into the Challenger unit with quick attack.
No spells in hand. That suppressor is, again, not going to suppress much at all in the next few turns, which is why I think it's fine with taking the vulnerable there and maybe being killed off.
Yeah, and then Sari maybe anticipating the Stony Suppressor. That was the reason they just cast the Unraveled Earth right now. You get 2 landmarks destroyed. You know that Broken Ball is just going to have to continuously develop the board no matter what. And now with the vulnerable, you get to answer the Stony Suppressor, get a nice value trade there with the Bomber Twins. The Bomber Twins being the 3/2 from Vandal City. It generates a random 2 cost or lower landmark in hand, that's where the Frozen Thrall came from there.
The Poppy was top decked, kind of the whole reason to play this deck maybe, or one of the obviously the key components, and it's just very good at buffing a very wide board, obviously. And it works well with it. Again, we mentioned it so many times already today, but so many new champions came in that feel like they've completely, filled up the slots in a lot of old archetypes, like just Demacia Bannerman.
Yeah, Demacia was really missing a good early mid-game champion that you could play out. A lot of these decks with the Bannerman, you'd opt for Zed or Fiora, or in like oddball cases, you'd maybe put Shyvana in there. But Poppy having that synergy with buffing the board plays a lot more into what Bannerman and like kind of classic Demacia wants to do. So here comes the attack. Quick attack being granted to Poppy to protect her from the 3/1. And with vulnerable, you need to make sure that she grows nice and healthy. Keep her alive. Try to get her to level up.
And there's the Ranger's Resolve, keeping things extra healthy here. In this case, just helping the Fleet Feather Tracker survive there with the toughness now. 12 HP already, 8 HP coming in now here from the Young Witch and the Poppy.
Yeah, already a lot of damage through. Very strong curve. We've got Bright Steel Protectors now to interfere with Sari trying to counterattack against this list. When you're behind on board, you have to keep playing cards in order to keep up with numbers, and then Bright Steel Protector comes through to punish that development. But Sari is going to open attack. With the extra damage from Ziggs and with the Ranger's Resolve already being spent, there's a very good chance that this will connect and keep the Poppy from spiraling out of control here.
The block here from the Tracker makes sense because there is, the 3/1 is going to be a fearsome blocker for when Sithria comes down, so you do want to just, take the trade there. That now you can not just take that damage because it would be a problem later on anyway. And then we see the Protege coming down, possibly the barrier from the Bright Steel Protector, and then just a Sithria next turn to try and get a big swing in. A lot of just 3 attack units here for Sari, though. He's not going to have too big of a problem getting those blocks.
Yeah, we've got the Devout, the Ziggs, the Acolyte, and Broken Ball is running out of fuel here. With the Poppy going down, you lose out on the ability to buff your board and keep these trades going in your favor. And even when Sithria comes down, with the 3 attack units on Sari's side, you can block these out, and this is basically how you win against these Demacia mid-range decks, is you just run them out of resources. The deck just has no card draw. There's not even Vanguard Redeemer being teched into this list either. The 3/3 that will draw you a card if a unit has died. This round an ally has died. So we'll see if this line pays off. Meanwhile, we're building up towards the arsenal. We get a quick flash of the several keywords that it's already gained. I think I saw Scout and Quick Attack.
I do hope we make it that far. Scarzig, at some point in this tournament, I want to see the arsenal being played, but Ziggs and his bombs might have something to say about that. Ziggs coming in now, leveled up.
But on defense, so might get traded away here. Fortunately, there's no mana threat from Broken Ball for a rally, so we'll see how much damage Sari is willing to take here.
Do want to try and I think trade out with a Sithria at least. with the Ziggs here and the Unleashed Energy, giving an ally +2/+1, just enough. Obviously, take on the Cythria. No mana to work with for Broken Ball, so you know there's not going to be a surprise Ranger's Resolve, for example, to make these trades all go in favor of Broken Ball. But still, he is winning the board, of course, with the Young Witch, can be blocked, the Quick Attack on the Brightsteel Protector, and the Protege having just too many stats for the Acolyte to deal with.
So with the +1 HP from the Unleashed Energy, Sorry can have Ziggs take down this Brightsteel Protector. The landmark requirement hasn't been met yet to meet the +4/+2, but this is still good enough.
And Cythria staying alive, I think it's not too big of a problem because I think Sorry knows he has fearsome blockers, and he's not going to really die to just not having fearsome blockers and Cythria's ability being too strong to deal with.
And so Construct of Desolation being cashed in. Do you want another blocker, or do you want the Obelisk of Power? The Ruinous Acolyte does let you cash in on this landmark that's in play. And every time you destroy a friendly landmark, Ziggs will ping the Nexus.
It's a bit of an awkward hand for Sorry. The Arsenal obviously being a very big drop to come in, but this is going to be a very wide board with 2 challengers possibly for Broken Ball.
Ooh. Saucy attack with the Ziggs. Because you have the ping, the barrier won't stop him. And so this forces Broken Ball to actually get rid of the Young Witch in order to trade away the Ziggs. Because there's 3rd Ziggs in hand, Sorry is just making use of these resources and forcing Broken Ball to trade away these problematic units.
Not to say Ziggs does feel a bit underwhelming when you compare him to Misfortune as a unit. She is doing kind of everything he's doing, but better.
Yeah, you get a little bit more of the passive burn. You get better stats on curve. You get that 3/4 rather than the 3/3. But it remains to be seen if this deck with further refinement does really become a tempo monster. A lot of challengers coming through. I don't think there's enough blockers here. Even using the Construct of Desolation will only get you a 1/2. That's not going to help out from this position. And here's the open attack, plays around the Hexplosive. And I think this is going to be lethal here in game 1.
That will be the buffs from the Cythria. Maybe 10 damage coming in guaranteed. Gonna make sure there's no kind of lifesteal shenanigans happening. Gonna drag everything to the back with both Cythria and the Brightsteel Protector coming in. Exactly,
and just
10 mana. 1
round off of the Arsenal.
We're never going to get it. We're jinxing it too much, Scarzig. Sorry, please just play the deck again, and I promise you this time it'll work out. He'll play the Arsenal, he'll have all the keywords possible, and you'll win the game.
Well, the rub there is that Broken Ball has to now play his second deck, and that is the one we saw previously, with the Scion Draven with Aloof Travelers in it. So the Arsenal is the most expensive card in that deck.
Oh no, and don't tell me this,
Travelers hard targets that win condition. So this is going to be another pretty rough one. We did see previously that the deck had a pretty good setup initially, but we didn't see the power cards. The triple Ziggs was a little bit clunky, because it's nice to have the multiple copies of the champion so you can keep playing out that body. But at the same time, you just have like champion spells in your hand that you don't really want to cash in. So you have less flexibility. And we'll see if maybe instead of Ziggs, we get Talia coming through, or we get that Waste Walker actually getting set up and scaling. Every time we've seen Waste Walker hit the board so far in today's broadcast, it has done a lot of work in the early mid game.
And right away, a strong early curve with the Chemist and the Acolyte right away from Sorry to start trying to push through some damage. And of course, this list, if you're looking at it now, you're looking at Broken Ball's hand. It is Draven, Scion, discard, but it has a lot of very interesting tech choices like Ravenous Flock, like the Time Winders, and like you mentioned before, the Aloof Travelers as well.
And the Grave Physician generates the Risen Rider here by discarding the Fallen Rider. So you have the 2 mana 4/2 Fearsome, and it's just a nice 1-for-1 trade. The Acolytes here are hitting the targets they need to. It's important to note that the Acolyte buff carries over to all of your Acolytes.
It's like a
that's why
mystery.
Now a 4/3. Mm-hmm.
And a very awkward hand here for Broken Ball. No Draven, no real, I mean, this hand is looking, yeah, not too great at all. Get excited being played to try and control the board a little bit. And now we'll have the Twin Blade Revenant coming down as well after that discard on the Lost Soul.
And this is important too. You're discarding the Lost Soul to get the Twin Blade Revenant to set it up next turn, rather than discarding the Fallen Rider to summon the Risen Rider, another 4/2 fearsome. You want a little bit more proactive bodies here, I think, on the board to kind of stabilize from this position. When you're at 13 HP and Sari's like +1 or +2 on development, it's going to be a lot more damage coming around the sides. We're going to need like Flame Chompers or something to come through to start getting this wide board with the hopefully with the Boom Baboon soon. My mistake. I'm looking at the wrong list. Broken Ball's variant actually doesn't run Boom Baboon. So not really a lot of options for early Swarm. And the triple Ravenous Flock looking like a massive brick right now.
And that's what he needs. He needs to enable them. He has to hit the Waste Walker here with 1 ping of damage here. So it is damage now, and it is in, the scope of the Ravenous Flock here to try and, make his hand a little bit more useful. But he just got a really awkward hand for what this deck is built around and how this deck is maybe his version. The reason, all these cards he's running are kind of tech choices, but they might make the deck a little bit less consistent in terms of the discard package.
Yeah, because there's no rummage in this deck either, you're really reliant on Draven to come through, right? Like Draven's on a Urchin, Sump Dredger to have the discard enablers, and we're just seeing the ultimate disaster of so many cards that need to be enabled and by other cards in your deck and just not having access to them. At the very least, you can play the Fallen Rider. If Sari develops a second time, then you can hard cast survival skills to buff your entire board. But just opts to go for it now.
I mean, you don't really have a discard synergy, so you just have to make use of what you have, and his hand is literally so bricked, you have to just cast it from hand. It doesn't really matter because there's not much else to do.
Yeah, so this potentially just keeps Sari from attacking altogether this round, so it's just 5 mana, AoE stun, cast an intimidating roar, so to speak. And the Acolytes just keep stacking up. Consistently having landmarks to destroy is so key, and Ziggs now is going to be leveled up too. And this might be an attack. This might be an attack from the Ziggs. We saw from Sari, as long as you have like the stat bonus available, you might just swing in to get the 2 damage on the Nexus, but passes.
Oh, the Aloof Travelers come in, but the Arsenal is not in hand yet. The big brain play from Sari, keeping it in the deck to then top deck it next turn on turn 8. The Caster Blessing is set up. It's set up, Scarzig. You have to say it now as well, and then we'll get the double Caster Blessing, and it has to happen.
Arsenal is in the top 2 cards. It's coming through.
Perfect. Now, if it happens, though.
Sorry, attacking on even turns. Everything is going in their favor. No Scion. Ironically, because of the awkward hand from Broken Ball, drawing a lot of reactive spells with the Time Winders and the Ravenous Flock, Scion might not be leveled up just yet.
Oh, we missed it. I should have blessed harder. We did not bless hard enough. And now both hands are looking a bit out of fuel, out of ending power here. The Ziggs did go down to that second Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, the explosive minefield's coming through. It stuns when it's played and when it's destroyed. So you can play another Acolyte here to destroy the minefield and get another stun. And then you can play the second minefield to get another stun.
Might be enough. Unleash energy as well, getting some extra attack power on those who do end up hitting the Nexus with this attack.
And they just can't keep up. We've got Ravenous Flock, and there's the world where Sari does save that unit because it is fearsome.
Yeah, but I guess he knows that maybe there's a second Flock in hand from how awkward the plays have been from Broken Ball.
Yeah, so it just goes through the Unleashed Energy. The second stage of it is active now, so you can destroy a friendly landmark for the +4.
Lethal. 10 and 2 coming in, and that will be Sari taking the game 2 win, finally showing us, this deck can win games, winning it there with Talia Ziggs without Arsenal. So we're still waiting on that one, but we won't see it in this series. and we have to be biased and maybe hope Sorry wins the game 3 so we can maybe see it against Dales in the losers final. But we'll be going to a game 3 in this semis, and Sorry is going to be left with his own version of Draven Scion discard. So, you know, no surprises. A mirror coming up for both of us.
Yeah, a mirror coming up, and Broken Ball got the bad RNG out of the way in that second game. And now, going into this round, we get to see Broken Ball's tech choices for this list. See how they function in the mirror. Having Time Winder or Ravenous Flock is really going to do a good job of holding down the early mid game. We speculated about a line where Broken Ball can use Ravenous Flock on his own Scion to get the rally when the opponent otherwise might not be able to prevent it. And with cards like Aloof Travelers, that's a card that you do not want to draw in this mirror.
A very good start here for Broken Ball. Gets the Draven's, the fan favorite, or the Draven's biggest fan, on turn 1, gets the 2 attack damage in, and now on turn 3, on curve, gets the Draven with the cool skin as well, so the bonus style points are in his favor. And the, you know, kind of the perfect start for this deck.
Yep, has the enablers now. The spinning axis being generated turn after turn is just going to tie together the rest of the deck and the rest of the card draw that you're going to be seeing out of this list. Draven gets to swing through on the Nexus here. Ooh, so Sorry offering up the 4-3 just to force Broken Ball to get rid of the axe now.
Or considering it at least, but I mean, when a deck is, you know, their whole plan is built around discarding, I think forcing them to discard in a position where they might not want to is not really ever going to be happening. It's not the case. There's always going to be a good target, so didn't make, I think, that much sense there. Keeps the Sun Dredger alive instead. And now we see his own Draven coming down on his turn 4. We talk about these decks always, you know, turn 3 is amazing if you get it on attack token. In this case for Sorry, a bit subpar, but still much of the same combination of cards being played out here.
Yeah, so, and important to note, that means that the odd attacks are going to Broken Ball. And Sorry, of course, does not have the accounting of the deck list to prevent the Scion from coming down on curve. So we'll see how that shakes out as we get later into the game. And Augmented Experimenter also making a guest appearance in Sorry's variant. Perhaps wanting a bit more reload after all.
There's a big swing coming in, the Grave Position being dragged out, and the Draven obviously having to, you know, making a trade if he blocks into any of the 3 remaining units, which is obviously great for Sorry, but a lot of pressure being put down on the board now.
Yeah, having to take that initial hit from the Draven seemed pretty scary, but when you're able to counterattack with enough force to scare your opponent into blocking, it feels really good. And Broken Ball reconsidering sacrificing the Draven, saying, you know what? If you are attacking me like this with enough power that you want me to trade away my Draven, I'm confident that I can do the same. I'm going to take the damage, and then I'm just going to hit you really hard with my Draven. And whoever backs down first and gets rid of their Draven could be the loser in this matchup here.
There's a Reborn Grenadier coming down at burst speed as a blocker, so a very good card, very versatile card there as well.
Second Draven means Sorry has Whirling Death.
Get excited there to answer, though. So there's going to be a cat and mouse game here on the spell stack to see who commits first.
I always hate committing the Whirling Death, and if you're Broken Ball, you just take this. You say, great, they sacrificed their Draven, I'm ahead in the exchange, and Sorry says, of course, I'll just get rid of the Draven, play the second one, rather than trying to get greedy with the Whirling Death to level up the Draven, for example.
It's game losing if it gets answered, and you just lose the Draven anyway, and then you'll lose your second copy.
And the Aloof Traveler hits the Augmented Experimenter. And Broken Ball with double Scion in hand and attacking on odd turns looks massively favored from this position. Both players really even on HP. We've got spinning axes to enable the rest of this. Grave Position, cycling the Lost Soul, getting the Twin Blade Revenant, and there's 4 mana to play it out as well. Another way to answer Draven. How does Broken Ball respond? Second Aloof Traveler. Hoping to hit the Twin Blade Revenant maybe, but catches the Ancient Warmonger instead. When it's discarded, your strongest unit will get +2 attack. So now, the attack is even better for Sorry with this fearsome about to swing through.
Get Excited is going to be there, though, with 5 mana left up for Broken Ball to potentially answer the Twin Blade Revenant if it does try and drag the Draven out of the way. But instead, once again, forcing the Draven to block to survive.
At this position, I think that this is where Draven can finally go down. He can rest and let Scion, big bro Scion, come through on round 7 and just end. You've got Scion plus Get Excited to finish off the opponent here. And again, early days, Broken Ball so far has been the only Scion Draven player that's taken steps to kind of run some of these oddball tech cards in the list to account for a wider variety of matchups. But we'll see if this trend continues, and some of the other things that we speculated about, like Arachnoid Sentry, could maybe find its way in the list to stop Scion from killing you on round 7.
And there's Scion coming down, only 5 attack, so not really the scariest Scion of them all.
Oh no!
But will stick around.
I was looking at chat. What's the progress on Scion? He's got to be like 32 out of 35 or 36, right? He's got to be almost there. You have to summon or discard.
And with axes, it's very
power.
Easy to just
yeah.
get it
So you can discard the Warmonger, which is 5. You can discard the Aloof Traveler with the Get Excited.
And the Warmonger even better, just discarding at the buff as well.
Yeah, because the Warmonger is also +2 attack. There it is. And that's at burst speed with the spinning axe, of course. So now we've got Scion coming through.
And that's a lot of damage. The highest HP blocker, the Draven, gonna, still take 10 damage here. And the Get Excited dealing for 3 damage, of course. We'll see what can be drawn here, what can be rummaged. You may be thinking about Whirling Death to try and kill the Scion, but it won't really help that much because there's going to be, of course, a Scion Return coming in. And yeah, there's not much else Sorry can do here in this case. It's going to come down really just to the Scion game, and Broken Bull is winning it both in having it in hand and having it on curve as well, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you would need to have, like, Get Excited plus Whirling Death, or a big enough unit plus the Whirling Death to just one-shot. If Sorry had discarded the entire hand and buffed up Draven with all those axes, then you get to stop the first half of the damage and then die to the second rally regardless.
And there is the Shen emote, and Broken Ball is telling his practice partner and friend that he has to Get Excited in hand. He has the mana to cast it. He's casting it now, and he will be ending this game and sealing his ticket to the loser's final against another practice partner, against Dalton, who has been waiting very patiently. But Sorry will have to be content with the top 4 for this tournament, which is, not too shabby, especially when he's bringing a deck list that only he has brought. With Talia's Exit, he has shown that it can work, it can be competitive as well. But in the end, he just lost the Mirror and the Scion game.
Yeah, having, again, the even and odd, it's going to be something that's going to be needed to accounting for. Like, even when we used to play old discard aggro mirrors, like attacking on 3 was still very important, and overcoming that tempo loss, so to speak, of not attacking with Draven on 3, you needed to mulligan very differently when you're in the odd and even position of that matchup, where you need Get Excited, they become a little bit more important. And it's going to be just another evolution of a matchup that needs to be learned. You have to study that matchup. Do I want to tech for being on the even side, or do I just want to just play it out and maybe try to shift my game plan for evens versus odds?
Yeah, that will be it for this round, of course. 3 players remaining in this fight night. The loser's final between Dalton and Broken Ball will be coming up. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, because we have the best of the best and obviously the best decks from this expansion duking it out to see who ends up taking the win for this tournament. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to jump into the lower bracket finals between Broken Ball and Dalton. These are two players that are both qualified for Worlds. We just found out, practice partners, and now trying new decks from the new expansion that just dropped this week against one another, trying to see what has potential to maybe carry over into the Worlds metagame.
And Dalton just found out he thought he was not qualified for Worlds, but apparently he is. So big congrats to him. Hopefully he can focus on the series at hand and not, the implications of suddenly being qualified for an event you thought you weren't qualified for. But definitely, I think he must be definitely happy, and I think hopefully his play will show that as well. But quite a match we have ahead of ourselves. The key deck we want to highlight, I think, for this matchup is going to be Broken Ball, Scion, Discard, Draven list that is so different to the other ones that we've seen here today.
The Aloof Travelers, you can see, sticks out in bright yellow there. Its ability to draw both players a card, but then your opponent discards their most expensive card. There are certain decks that this card absolutely bullies, but against Draven Scion, you don't care if your opponent plays Aloof Travelers. Even if they discard your Scion, something on your side of the board is going to get overwhelmed, and when Scion's discarded, he also just shuffles a copy of himself back into the deck anyway.
And other than that, Ravenous Flock, 3 copies of it. We jokingly talked about being able to kill your own Scion on a defense token turn to then suddenly have a rally effect coming in, which might come into play at some point, but also just good at controlling the board. We saw in the last game we were spectating there, where he was playing and just able to control some lists with the Flock, of course. Still a very strong removal spell, although you're not running any Arachnoid Sentries, so it is a bit of an odd one. And the triple Time Winder, obviously the discard synergy is no longer a problem, so just getting the free 2 pings is obviously great as a card, and offers you a little bit extra removal and a little bit extra interaction as well.
1 copy of Roar the Slayer also being featured here. I thought that this card was going to be a lot more prominent than it ended up being, but I do like the inclusion here as a tech choice. I think with both Aloof Travelers and Roar of the Slayer, Broken Ball might specifically have been targeting Veigar Senna. These are 2 cards that deck absolutely hates. Roar of the Slayer hits Veigar really, really consistently, almost no matter what else is on the board. They would need like a Spiderling or something just to save from the one of Roar the Slayer. And because this is an open deck list format, if that matchup does occur, then, the Senna Veigar player is definitely sweating.
Other than that, the list is not too much more different. It has obviously all the staples of that deck, but right away we're going to be going instead into Lucian Poppy for Broken Ball, and Dalton will be coming back at us with the Senna Veigar control.
This list has performed very well for him today, and it was just towards the end of the bracket that he started to show a little bit of bad RNG, not getting the Withering Wail when it was needed, losing out on a little bit of early game when it was needed in more aggressive matchups. But now we've got the mini morph, which could be used against a Cythria or maybe an out-of-control Poppy down the road, and a little bit of a curve here. We got the Vile Feast, we got the Dark Bulb Acolyte. No, fortunately, Ranger's Resolve to stop the Vile Feast from coming through, but Stony Suppressor is going to be a huge disadvantage for this deck to play against.
And right away, we see it right there with the top deck, the Vile Feast now costing 3 mana. The Darkness, of course, is going to have, a mana increase as well. So definitely a great choice for this matchup. Suppressor will be doing a lot of work.
Yeah, being able to stop the Lucian is going to be very difficult, especially with 4 mana Darkness dealing 2 damage. You have to sacrifice pretty much your whole next turn, and you're taking a huge risk versus Sharp Sight, and again, that Ranger's Resolve.
We'll see if the Young Witch can come down as well, or just the Brightsteel Protector if the Darkness isn't played immediately. But now we have it, the Sharp Sight can come down alongside the Young Witch coming in later, and only 2 more mana to work with if you're Dalton, which means there's no Vile Feast possibility. But instead, going to take it here, going to take the hit on the Lucian, and instead going to just try and go for, maybe just the Young Witch and then second Lucian.
Young Witch, second Lucian. I was wondering if Poppy would maybe come down there as well. But yeah, you go Young Witch, Lucian, and then you can play Poppy. Floats the mana. Ooh, I like this. Broken Ball taking advantage of the fact that Veigar Senna is a very slow deck actually floating the spell mana in this deck, because typically it's not something you want to focus on because Stony Suppressor is making your spells more expensive anyway, and you want to just curve out and beat down. And this is one of the rare moments you get to float, and this is going to keep Dalton under threat of Relentless Pursuit.
There's a Veigar now coming down, still 3 mana in the spell bank, but can't play Darkness this turn anymore. Can play the Vile Piece, but Vile Piece is not really going to be doing too much here, and the pressure is starting to mount if you're on Broken Ball side of the board here with the Poppy coming down. And both Lucian and Senna in the hand as well.
Yep, with Poppy, her level up condition requires that she attacks alongside an ally, and Young Witch provides that beautifully. Even if your board is pretty thin like it is right now on Broken Ball's side, you still have a nice ally to help along with that attack, and then it just gets beefier and beefier. The Stony Suppressor is not going anywhere, and Dalton is going to be in a lot of trouble from this position. We've got Catalyzer at the very least to summon a unit to be summoned to the board and maybe boost the damage of the Darkness to try to keep up with this curve.
And both Event Horizon and Minimorph in hand to kind of work as answers when you're on. If your opponent's just straight open attacking next turn, for example, you're going to have fast speed answers.
So Dalton again being forced to take really big risks in this matchup with the removal, getting eaten up by the Sharp Sight there.
And for 2 mana, you know there's nothing that there's no spell that can really do anything here. So now it's going to be a full onslaught here.
Oh, Lucian, Senna, and Poppy in hand. It's become a bit of a running joke that certain decks have multiple champions in them, more than just the normal 2. And Senna coming through with the Lucian on board definitely, I think, gets that honor. And here it is. You can't stand up to this quick attack coming through to just pressure the board.
Event Horizon only stuns the unit it targets. It won't stun anything else because everything is just too high in attack totals. The Veigar can't block into anything reliably. And you're going to have to use maybe just, the stun effect here for 6 mana. Or Minimorph for 7.
Event Horizon. You can sacrifice the Veigar, bring him back with Rekindler, the Catalyzer, because Dalton didn't attack last round. Loses out on its ability to stack the Darkness while it's on defense. And it's just a matter of getting enough.
Yeah, you're happy to pass. That was a weird pass from Dalton. I think he should have definitely played out the Rekindler there. I guess he was scared of a rally effect, but at that point, you wouldn't win to it anyway. I think it would have been too much regardless of what you do. And you would have blockers.
If they rally, you have to you Rekindler anyway just to get 2 blockers, right?
Yeah. So very strange there, and ends up costing him because obviously, I mean, maybe with Caster Vision looking at Broken Ball's hand, we know that the path was great for him because he had very little to work with and very little space on the board as well. So that burned mana was definitely in his favor.
Yeah, it's just trying to keep up with this Stony Suppressor. If you don't get Stilted Robemaker or Senna to kind of help you fight for the board and offset the Stony Suppressor a little bit with the Darkness, then you really fall behind here. And I think it's clear that maybe Broken Ball's entire lineup is meant to counter Senna Veigar.
Another big attack coming in from Broken Ball. No, not even thinking about it, just straight away going for the open attack here with everything now, including the Stony Suppressor. You have the Sharp Sight backup.
This is the level up for Poppy as well. She's going to grant +2/+2 to her allies and impact.
Yikes. That's gonna have to be game here. I think there's no chance you can stop all this damage from coming through.
It's
and this is maybe why
the elusives here. You just put Sharp Sight on the Young Witch.
And this is why, the deck, I think, now it's really feeling really good. And this is maybe why Broken Ball brought it to the tournament with a Poppy level up as well. It just goes to show how much damage and how impactful it can be.
Yeah, you have the Young Witch and the Stony Suppressor working in tandem to protect Poppy. And she just attacks multiple times and snowballs the game like this. Look at that. The Stony Suppressor is a 5/7.
And right away, that will be the game 1 to Broken Ball. He can no longer play now this Lucian Poppy list. He has to play his Draven, Scion, kind of the wonky discard list he's brought with a few very interesting tech choices. And Dalton now has a choice between Veigar Senna we just saw, but also Azir Aurelia. We haven't mentioned it too much in this matchup, but that is his second deck in his lineup. So a lot of new decks today, but some old classics as well. And Dilton, the one match we did spectate, he did get a pretty clean win with Azir Aurelia with the Green Glade duo at 11 attack. In this case, though, we'll see if it's the case. There are going to be more answers, though, with Ravenous Flock, and get excited as answers to units.
Yeah, and then with the time winders and stuff, the matchup against Aurelia Azir is a little bit more feasible for this deck, but because of its focus on more of a control, more mid-range style, the aggression might not be there to properly punish Aurelia Azir. So we'll see if Senna Veigar is just going to go down 2-0 here, or if we will carry this to a game 3. Aloof Travelers being mulliganed away, obviously. And Senna also being mulliganed away. Wants to get early units. Wants to get Catalyzer and Veigar to stack up the darkness. It's so important. Once you get darkness up to 4 or 5, you control the board and then start converting the darkness to face damage later in the game before that rally comes through. There's also, again, in Dilton's deck, 2 copies of Mini-Morph. So plenty of chances to stop Sion from winning the game.
That being said, perfect turn 1. 5 damage coming into the Nexus. Has the Draven's biggest fan for the turn 3 Draven. Again, perfect for this deck. And we'll have the eventual turn 7 Scion possibility as well. And he's going to have the Axe for the next Grenadier here as well. So big, just a lot of damage and a perfect swing and a lot of pressure coming in from Broken Ball.
Getting in just underneath the Withering Whale. With the, again, the Reborn Grenadier, it's a 3-2. Just like the normal Legion Grenadier is. So it's not going to die to a lot of these pings. Just getting rid of the biggest fan. Has the 1-1 to chump the Draven. But Broken Ball being very aggressive and saying, I'm going to get my damage through no matter what.
Gets the Axe onto the Draven. Obviously, that wasn't the key part of that play. Was more getting the Grenadier out for the damage from the ephemeral unit. But still, possibly, counting towards a Draven level up.
And now Broken Ball, even though the hand is looking a bit thin, has the Aloof Travelers to draw a little bit more, has the Sump Dredger to draw a little bit more. Based on the hand state right now, the Traveler will hit this Ishtal Sentinel, stopping the lifesteal potentially coming down in the mid game.
There's a Sump Dredger coming down. A second Aloof Travelers has been drawn by Broken Ball, so a lot of hand disruption from both sides. If the Otterpuss is chosen here by Dilton, and it is, so the prank will be coming into hand.
Yeah, the go hard is tempting, but
Aloof Travelers getting a bit of their own medicine.
Oh no, Broken Ball says you see what's coming for you, right? You see what's about to happen to you, right?
You better start playing your units.
So here just plays the non-pranked Aloof Traveler. Ishtal Sentinel is down and gone. Senna is the next expensive target in hand to be the target for the next Aloof Traveler. I think you got to play her out here, yeah? It's tough because now, because Broken Ball is running this control-y variant, Senna would normally be very safe in this matchup outside of Twin Blade Revenant. But because of Ravenous Flock, there's a way to ping her and just take her down. If you play the first Senna and then she dies and Aloof Traveler eats your second one, Dilton really loses out on the ability to keep up with the output of Broken Ball Scion Draven list.
And the pressure is just mounting, but we're not even getting to the turn 7 yet, where it might just be, Scion coming down. You have to have the right answer in hand, and currently, right now, you can't poke Scion with a stick and hope for him to disappear. He's going to, still keep trudging along and keep hitting with overwhelm damage unless you find that Mini-Morph, unless you find that more powerful spell.
Yeah, we've got the 1-1 to block the Draven. We've got the 2-2 to go into the 4-3. Maybe sets up another Vile Feast or Pokey Stick here. But Dilton waiting for the combat to go through before committing anything.
The whale is just set up already, so I think he's just going to wait until he can just...
I'm just wondering, because of the lack of Mini-Morph, I'm wondering if the card draw is a little bit more pressing from this position.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, theoretically, you have 2 turns to just draw it naturally, and then you can maybe Pokey Stick at fast speed when the Scion hits the board. So there's the Aloof, hits the other Senna. This is what we were talking about.
You're happy to continue setting up the board, and now Broken Ball, I think, might start understanding that there is a whale possibly coming in, or just maybe a lot of 1 damage pings. We see there double Valve Feast, double Pokey Stick, so all the 1 damage pings that you could ever need are here, and Senna's on the board. If Senna's able to see all these units die with the Withering Whale coming down, she will level up immediately as well.
Yeah, with Stilted Robe Maker, the darkness is 2 damage, so you can cast the darkness and then attack and get a second one and wipe out 2 of these units. But here it is, the Time Winder Ravenous Flock combo coming through from Broken Ball to answer this Senna. And it's just a matter of Dalton wants to control the board with the darkness, right? But if you spend all your mana, then you don't have anything to stand up to the Scion anyway. If you want to float a little bit more mana, so you have Withering Whale next round. Trying to get some chump blockers here, it looks like. Yeah, not wanting to double dip with the Senna to get more darkness.
And there's the Flock coming in, killing the Senna now, which will not be leveling up in this case now.
Yeah, so answers the Draven at the very least, has Withering Whale to clean up the, or a Pokey Stick to clear the 4-1. And it's just all about, do they have Scion? Will I get the mini morph?
Finds Rekindler, instead has exactly 7 unit mana. The Scion comes in leveled up, of course. So will be a very big threat here, and will have the Last Breath effect as well, with Scion return giving, rally back, and being yet another very big, very beefy overwhelm unit.
Pokey Stick, what's Dalton looking for?
Once you play Pokey, you can't actually get the mini morph. If you don't have enough mana, only 5 mana would be left.
Yeah, just going to take the damage from Scion. Has
Possibly,
spells for the rest of what's in play.
Could be Stress Defense.
Oh, Stress Defense.
Has 2 copies in the deck. No restrictions on champions either.
Yeah, so there's the Time Winder to remove this blocker to threaten 15 damage currently. Gets the missed call, not going to do it.
You have the whale still, but there is a Get Excited in hand that would have to be answered by possibly a Valve Feast for more healing, but I think it might still not be enough here. You're going to take 11 this turn from the Scion and the Aloof Travelers. The obviously Sun Charger will be going down. If the whale is played out, you're going to be healing to 16, so you'll be at 5 HP actually.
Yeah, so here's the Hidden Pathways coming through. No, just wants to float the mana.
Yeah, there's no need to play the whale, I think. It will be doing the same really as the... That's a bit riskier.
Drawing more cards. Basically
now,
saying, okay, did you have to get excited?
You are in the range of not for this turn, but for the next turn, and having to be kind of reactive with both, and having the mana up for both heals from the whale and or just the whale, I guess, is going to be the key thing then for Dalton. And again, Broken Ball can just play down to 3 mana and still force Dalton to be hostage with 5 mana available for the heal from whale. There's a stress defense. A little bit too late.
And yeah, I mean, if that is what I was talking about earlier with like the pokey sticks and stuff, if you were really trying to cycle through the deck a bit stronger for the, I mean, it's not fair to say because you never know when you're going to draw the cards, but stress defense, he was looking for it. That was the card that you pointed out he was looking for the perfect defense from that position. But right now, you want to try to get the board back with the Rekindler.
But if you do, you're 1 mana off of Withering Whale, so this is the problem again of not having used any healing last turn. You might be in trouble. And Broken Ball is not running out of steam. This is exactly we saw before. It just keeps replenishing. You have some treasure now. When you discard a card like this, it just regenerates into your hand to a stronger card. You have the survival skills now as well, which won't necessarily stop something like a mini morph from killing anything. But it could play around Withering Whale to the point that maybe there's a lethal because of it.
And what's also nice about this position is that Broken Ball has the Scion and doesn't need to get excited until absolutely necessary. You've got this wide board, you've got this huge Overwhelm unit, Dalton has 2 blockers, you have to preemptively Withering Wail here, rather than playing a body. Or you just die to get excited because Broken Ball still has that 3 mana available. And now that's going to convert to spell mana, and that means that Broken Ball's firing on all cylinders this round here, on round 9.
And this attack might be match point to seal the pass back up to the winner's final for Broken Ball. He's 1-0 up in this series, and he's taking a command and leading this game as well with 3 HP now on Dalton's Nexus. Then a Veigar not seemingly quite enough to be able to stop the pressure and the aggression from this discard-driven Scion list from Broken Ball.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow, unfortunately, on the uptake for Dalton. And despite running the proper cards to counter Scion, it doesn't matter if you don't draw them in time. And the Kindlers just end up being too expensive.
You just can't keep up punch for punch with this deck list, and having to play reactively as well makes it more difficult. Overall, just you don't have time to really develop your own game plan with the darkness, etc., because you're just constantly trying to defend and trying to stay alive, and there isn't a clear-cut answer for Scion on the last turn. The stretch defense came in a bit too late, so it was just too much damage coming in there. Now at 3 HP, you're just, again, held hostage by the get excited. If you commit to playing Rekindler, to having bodies to defend, or mini morph onto the Scion, then you might not have mana for the Withering Wail, and you can't heal. You can't out-heal to get excited.
And because you have to spend so much resources just to not die to Scion, he's still a threat that's on board and repeating. Broken Ball just develops more and more threats to go wide, and Dalton is stuck in this horrifying catch-22 situation. The hand is full of spells, all the units you want to play are super expensive, and take away your reactive options. So the writing is on the wall, unfortunately.
And it has to be it. I mean, doing the math here, it's just way too much damage coming in. Even with a Whale, you have a second mini-morph now, but it's mini-morph for 6 mana is just, in this case, I think, too expensive when you have to deal with everything else as well, and to get excited. 5 mana to work with here. Withering Wail kills nothing, even, regardless.
And you got the stress defense, and it's still lethal on the swing here. No get excited required.
And Dalton not happy, but he takes the bronze medal in this tournament, takes that 3rd place. But Broken Ball is on his way back up to the winner's final. Owie has been waiting patiently there for a while now. He had a great lineup with his discard, Draven Silent, and his Fizz Nami list that has been performing really, really well today. So a lot to look out for with Owie that hasn't lost today and is still on a roll. I think he's the win streak from the open rounds of the seasonal. He's brought it all the way through the seasonal and now into the fight night as well. He still hasn't lost. It's like a streak of like 18 or 17 wins in a row against the best of the best in Europe. So very impressive from him. And we'll see if Broken Ball has what it takes to defeat him. It's going to be a tough one for sure, though.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing that matchup, that rematch, actually, because Owie was the one that sent Broken Ball to the lower bracket at first. It was a 2-1, very close matchup, and we will see these two Titans go toe-to-toe after this 7-minute break. We're going to take a bit of a longer break so the players can properly prepare as we head to the grand finals here of Fight Night Legends EU. So everybody take a chance to stretch and grab a snack, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You're just in time for us to get into the grand finals here in just a few moments. The players are getting all set up. And to talk about the players that have made it to the grand finals for today's Fight Night EU, we have to, of course, talk about Sorry and Owie. Right, Owie coming from France, 33 years old, a veteran CCG player. I think his old headshot was like one of those classic players sitting down at a Magic Grand Prix at a table type shots. And now we see him here in his full bearded glory, holding it down. Has had massive success in recent weeks, winning the European Seasonal, and is also a previous Fight Night EU champion.
And of course, we have Broken Ball coming in from Italy, one of the young, kind of that young prodigy generation with players like Veigar and Thomas, all really making a name for themselves very early on in Runeterra's competitive scene, and really following through with that initial kind of, big chance in the spotlight, and just qualifying to all the tournaments, all the seasonals, all the, the names are just always around when you look at tournaments in Europe's scene. So I'm not surprised to see him also coming in to this final, up against Owie, who he has lost to. We see here in the bracket, in the semifinals, he did actually go down 2-1 versus Owie already. So the rematch is in place. As always with the grand finals here in Fight Night, if Broken Ball wants to win this tournament, he has to win 2 series in a row. There will be a bracket reset because he is coming up from the loser's bracket. He's already lost once, and Owie has not.
Broken Ball was sent to the lower bracket by Owie before, and that was a pretty close match, to be fair. The Nami Fizz that was brought by Owie is a deck that is ending the game just barely, like one turn before the opponent is able to clear the game. So looking a bit closer at this list, we see the cheap spells and the cheap spell generators. Trinket Trade, Otterpuss. This is going to feed into being able to give Fizz elusive and protect him, while also being ways to enable Nami. Her ability, when you cast a spell while she's in play, she grants your weakest other ally +1 attack, and then when she's leveled up, that buff becomes a +2/+1, and those buffs are permanent. Having any permanent buff on an elusive unit is so much extra damage over the course of the game, and we've only seen one game, I think, where Owie didn't have Nami pretty much on curve.
This is definitely my favorite list, I think, of today. It's been performing the 3 games we saw it, it won all 3 basically, I think. So it's been performing really well for Owie. It just feels like it's faster than most other decks that try to put in the pressure. It just wins games faster, and it is kind of maybe a little bit vulnerable to interaction, but because so many decks are focusing on their own game plan, not really teching to interacting with their opponents, it feels like it's really not that big of a detriment for it right now.
And contrasting that with Broken Ball's Draven Scion. Oh, pardon me, no, this is Owie's Draven Scion. That's right. He brought Nami Fizz and Draven Scion. This is going to be a little bit different from Broken Ball's variant, which we just saw. This one is, quote unquote, a bit more standard, has triple Ancient Warmonger, so you have the ability to get that mid-range overwhelm damage a bit more. No Draven's biggest fan, but has the Boom Baboons here. So you have the ability to get that wide board, a lot of challenger units, and really punch through in the early mid game. Broken Ball focusing more on a mid-range and slightly control-y style, and this one embracing the classic P&Z Noxus tempo variation.
One of the big differences that obviously maybe you don't feel or see right away, but you definitely feel it in game with how the deck works, is the Poro Cannon inclusion here and the omission from a Poro Cannon in Broken Ball's list, which definitely, it's this 0 mana spell. You can just use to discard anything when you need to use it on survival skills, on a certain card in your deck, and still have more pressure as well with the elusives early on. So it doesn't seem like the most obvious choice to have in this deck, but it is kind of a 0 mana discard trigger is always going to be very valuable in this deck when you don't have Draven and you don't have Axes.
And again, the burst speed is great too with like Reborn Grenadier. When it's discarded, it summons itself to the board, just like like Flame Chompers. So you get that in play, and you can get some really cheeky burst damage as well. And you have a little bit of elusive blocking against, other players who might have brought Nami Fizz. We saw from Broken Ball's lineup, potentially anticipating a lot more Senna Veigar, a lot of bullying cards that really that deck does not like to face against. And then in Always lineup, maybe accounting more for an anti-elusive strategy.
Yeah, and again, maybe it just goes to show how he built his Draven Scion because of the second deck he brought, where you might have thought that Fizz Nami is, a very strong deck in the meta, and he thought maybe more players would bring it. So having the Portal Cannon is that little extra bit of tech against those decks. In the end, it was just him and Coinflip that brought Zoe Nami, but a bit of a different list, obviously, to the Fizz list here. And right away, we're going to start it off with Fizz Nami for Oe, and it's going to be Poppy Lucian for Broken Ball.
So this matchup, I don't think we got a chance to see when they met before, but it looks like it could be really strong for Broken Ball. If you get your Fleet Feather Tracker, Laurent Protege thing set up, and just again, because this deck is focused on its elusive game plan and just attacking and killing the Nexus, they don't have ways to disrupt and maybe stop Poppy from hitting the board and smorking. This list has, Relentless Pursuit, and it does have Young Witch. So if you are backed into a corner, you do have that little bit of elusive chumping along with Sharp Sight that can bail you out.
Yeah, the Sharp Sight was going to be massive because a lot of the times we've seen it before.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be massive when its mana cost is doubled to 4 thanks to the prank.
And I said it before that, this deck would really suffer a lot more if there was more interaction because you're going all in on a very flimsy strategy, let's say, with the elusives in some cases in the late game. And this will be the case here with the Sharp Sights being able to very easily answer these kind of all-in potentials with, a lot of elusives in the late game, and just they're going to be chump blocked and killed very easily by the beefier Demacia units. And Young Witch as well, just naturally having elusive.
Ooh, Tattered Banner goes on to Senna, so now we've got a 4-2 quick attack challenger. The 4 HP is so important, it's going to cover Purpleberry Shake. So that 3/3 stat line isn't going to protect the units. We've seen that happen from time to time with certain elusive chump. And we're maybe hoping for Oe to get stress defense. Trinket Trade being cashed in, not to get an Otterpuss, but to get a spell, gets Bouncing Bomb. You can use its 3 mana spell that deals 2 damage to 1 unit or 1 damage to 2 units. So very flexible there, and could be an answer to Senna here if Broken Ball ever taps under all the mana. It's the other Sharp Sight!
Now costs 4 mana. When Broken Ball finally, or when Oe finally gets his attack, they're going to cost 8 mana each, and he won't be able to use them to defend.
Oh there is an my god.
The
beating the tech preemptively. Look at these perfectly balanced combat tricks at 4 mana. My goodness. And then when if Stony Suppressor comes down from Broken Ball's side, then they're going to get +1 mana as well. So they're all basically 5 mana.
The Noblify is huge here for Broken Ball, though. Able to stop the kill here onto the Senna. And gets the 1 mana tempo advantage as well.
And looks like Broken Ball is actually opting for the Ranger's Resolve instead of using the Notify. And I want to take this is prompting me to take a closer look at Oe's list to see what other card Broken Ball might be looking for to
I think it's
Notify.
Just more the fact that the blockers here are both 1 attack, so they can't do any damage now to any of the units here as well. And you're gonna force, if it's an attack, you're gonna force obviously with quick attack. It'll just be a kill anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And I guess, there is a line where the Notify maybe just hangs out in the hand to get pranked, right? You want to get the Ranger's Resolve cashed in now before it gets pranked. And which is another consideration that prank forces you to do, where you're incentivized to throw cards down for their immediate value rather than holding on to them for an even better opportunity down the road because of that threat. And maybe Notify hits Ebb and Flow or something.
A bit of an awkward, hand here with both Sharp Sights being so expensive. Gonna cash one of them in this turn, I think, because his hand is so awkward. It doesn't really have many other options. The Sith Hitter will come out next turn. You'll probably save 3 mana to have the rally effect also available. And not many fearsome blockers in Oe's board right now.
Yeah, this has been the first that we haven't seen, like Shelly or Nami or Fizz. From a position like this, you really need hidden pathways. Because it discounts itself when it gets into the hand. I'm not sure if Zap can tutor for it. when it's at 5 like that, but it's gonna take a little bit for Oe to catch up on this board. Meanwhile, Broken Ball has the Cythria.
And this might be pretty gruesome here. With the Cythria, with the quick attack, and
there's a couple 3-1. There's a couple 3 attack 1 drops. Let's see what we get.
That ain't them though.
No mercy.
Purpleberry.
What's that? Bloodthirsty Hunter.
Purpleberry Shake can be used here to obviously get one of the when you're at 3/3 to have a blocker, but the problem is not this attack. The problem is the next attack. There's going to be a Relentless Pursuit coming in probably, and that will spell disaster, I think, here for Oe.
And look at this, Senna. Even though she has Challenger, Broken Ball wants the damage. Isn't opting to just challenge a unit. Sees that he's in the driver's seat and has the Relentless Pursuit here.
Especially now if Zap is played, this really just does say, hey, I don't really have anything anymore. The Pokestick will do nothing here. There's no fearsome blockers whatsoever and no way to acquire any. And that will be Surrender coming in from Oe right away. Game 1 in favor of Broken Ball. He starts, the long climb he has. They got the bracket reset and, the 2 series win. But that was obviously the good start here. And now match point from Broken Ball in the first series of this possible bracket reset. Or Oe can just take it back with both of his decks like he did in the semifinals probably and win the series and win this tournament as well, because I think like you mentioned, Fizz Nami is going to have a bad matchup into the Poppy list, but now maybe with his 2 other decks he has a better matchup against the Draven Scion.
Yeah, the Draven Scion, we even saw like the Aloof Travelers hitting really important cards like Fleet Admiral Shelley and things of that nature to get rid of those expensive cards, maybe hitting Hidden Pathways, but it's just the fact that if there is that high concentration of elusive damage in the early game, you won't be able to keep up. But we're just going to shift gears now and also switch to Scion Draven, and we'll see if the control versus the aggro variation of this deck comes out on top. And looking at the list, Broken Ball now being blessed. It was mixed up.
Oe being blessed with attack token on 1, and this is already massive here with obviously the 5 attack swing here possibly coming in. The Fanfare will come in to try and get the block on the Urchin, but still 3 damage going through. And like you mentioned so many times today, just Draven on 3, Scion on 7 is massive in the mirror.
And Broken Ball has the value in hand, has a Lost Soul ready to go, has a second one also, and an Ancient Warmonger, but Oe just needs to survive, right? The Scion being on the even attack is such a huge factor that, Broken Ball is basically already about to take 9 or 10 damage. So there's only a little bit of extra work that Oe needs to do leading up to that 7-mana turn, and Broken Ball already adopting an extremely defensive stance. I think obviously the builds of both decks kind of force Broken Ball to be the control player in this matchup, but that early opening with the Reborn Grenadier has just allowed Owie to get on the board and just force his position.
And the pressure keeps coming in with a Draven now. Again, on turn 3, down to 14 HP now for Broken Ball. And this is just, quick maths. One Scion comes down, you have to have your opponent down to, 10, 11 HP. If you do, then you have that with Get Excited as well. There's no counters to heal. There's no counters to stop spells. So it's all about just getting enough damage in the early game to mid game and always doing it.
And you saw there that Broken Ball opted to take the 3 extra damage. There was the consideration to maybe just burst speed a Grenadier to get a chump, but takes the 3 damage in exchange for having the Revenant and having more burst speed potentially from this position. And holds on to it. Doesn't go for the Grenadier at burst speed to even out the HP here.
Has a chance to kill the Draven here. No interaction from Broken Ball to, Whirling Death or anything weird like that. Only 1 mana available for him. So a clean trade there. And the Get Excited that might have been used later on to go face, instead going to just be used to control the board here in this case. And make what was a pretty strong attack from Broken Ball. Pretty pathetic, and still 20 HP for Oe on the Nexus.
Yeah, everything is like reset now back to 0. But because of the attack token, Oe has the tempo now with a 5/5 with Overwhelm just hitting the board here, the Ancient Warmonger. And Broken Ball needs to respond with one of his own. So we've got another clean trade, 5/5s here.
And this is how, mirrors end up happening most of the time. You play a Draven, I play a Draven, you play a Warmonger, I play a Warmonger. And sometimes tends to be the case, that's how mirrors do work in real life as well.
And where there is the consideration if there's like some cheeky survival skills play, both players are like really sweating about that card. Both of them are still running 2 copies. It's been pretty standard across all variations of the list that we've seen. And Oe actually opting to put 1 more damage on the Warmonger just to push through another point of HP. Potentially. Saving it for the rummage isn't a bad idea either. If the board is clear, Oe is favored because Scion coming down onto an empty board is all you want to see.
But there is no Scion in hand just yet. You have the rummage, but you have to still find the Scion.
Yeah, that's true. If you miss out on that one chance to have the Scion on 7, then suddenly Broken Ball has it on 8, and then you're in even worse position because you've been playing the matchup the entire time to take advantage of that round 7 power spike. And if you miss, then the line that you've taken is suboptimal when you don't hit that payoff at the end.
There's a heads up. No Draven play from Oe, not wanting to play into the Twinblade Revenant. Instead has the option for the Flame Chomper for next turn. He has to drag something out of the way, but he has to probably rummage this turn as well just to try and find the Scion and make sure it's leveled up as well. I'm not sure what he's discarded, how many units he's discarded just yet, but he has to maybe discard a few more. Probably going to go for it maybe next turn as well, just to see the top deck first.
Yeah, you can see the top deck and then rummage in. Maybe we see Scion v Scion, right? Where one attacks, Broken Ball defends, and then they rally, and then they hit each other again.
No Scion for either player. You have to rummage here onto, everything with the Warmonger, I think. The Flame Chomper and I guess just the Axe. Does not find it. You miss the Scion, you maybe miss the win.
And so now, without that being factored into the plan, a different game plan is adopted. We've got Draven, we've got Twinblade Revenant, we've got the Spinning Axe for survival skills. So there is still a lot of room for Oe to get a massive advantage on board this turn.
What's going to be a timeline is going to be a Ravenous Flock for 1 mana as well. So the very close balance and tempo with both of these players kind of waiting for the Scion to come down has now been disrupted. And all of a sudden, Broken Ball might be able to get a bit more of a tempo advantage here with his removal type build.
I gotta say, Panda, no Scion for both players is making this matchup look even more fun. Like now, like the true mind game starts to begin. How much do you want to commit? How big of a risk do you want to take against your opponent having Scion? Broken Ball now being rewarded, right? Having more control tools in their deck means that from a position like this where you are under threat of the game immediately ending, that's where those tools start to shine, and then this becomes a grindy value game. Broken Ball has double Lost Soul, has been cycling those the entire game, and now Twinblade Revenants are going to become the main attacking force, I think, for both sides.
And there's a Ravenous Flock coming down. You do have 2 Grenadiers in hand, so a lot of burst damage that can come in at all of a sudden from Broken Ball with axes, for example.
Ooh, actually opts for survival skills here. Thinking about it. You have the second Draven. You have another Draven in hand. Actually, no, the survival skills would go on the Twinblade Revenant. Yeah, so you can't save the Draven here.
He has to buff the attack first, but I think he can do it in any clean way.
Yeah, you'd have to axe the axe, and then that's why he was looking at discarding the Monger. You have to axe an axe onto the Draven, and then axe the survival skills to guarantee. Yeah, he'd have to get rid of all the axes for it.
Because even the next one, it would still be a health thing, right, for the Twinblade Revenant, so it would still win in the tiebreaker.
And Revenant is also more expensive, so. But look at this now, just opting for even more damage on the Twinblade Revenant with the Ancient Warmonger, and this is going to get... Wait,
There's so many ways to answer this, yeah?
Yeah,
can
and then you just have the
Grenadier.
burst speed. You save the get excited as well.
He clears the board. He keeps his 2/2, his Grave Physician on the board as well. Has a chance to play out, his own Tomb of the Revenant. Has a chance to burst speed, and he finds a Scion. This is it. Broken Ball's won the game. Oh, he missed his chance, but this is completely in his favor now.
Oh my god. And now, with Scion coming through, we can develop and chump the Scion, but if Broken Ball draws into a Ravenous Flock or something to pop his own Scion and get that rally.
There's no discard synergy is the one good thing. He can get out the Grenadier as well this turn.
Yeah, very fortunate. This is going to be 10 damage directly to the Nexus. Whatever Aoi develops to block is going to get pulled to the side by Twin Blade Revenant. So very smart development of the Baboon here, of course. Just the 3/1 going up into the 4/3. But if you're Broken Ball, you actually want Scion to take a little bit of damage. So that way you have the Ravenous Flock threat in your pocket.
Or the get excited my own Scion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
Going
playing it out from
wide.
hand. That does make sense here.
Yeah, that's
No
right.
get
You can't
excited.
just play it from hand.
I completely forgot. Like, you just can't even play this card.
Yeah, you can play
Only
it directly
discards.
from hand, and then you discard a card to do so. So it's a discard enabler that wants to be discarded, and it's godlike. Reborn Grenadier is such a cool card, and the fact that it's ephemeral means that you do have to still be very specific about when you want it to hit the board, and this is one of those times. And with Twin Blade Revenant, it's so difficult to develop defensively into this board at all. Just because whatever you want to play something very, very inexpensive and weak so that it just doesn't give too much value to the Twin Blade Revenant.
The problem here with the Scion is that, if it blocks next turn and it dies, then you're in trouble again because it's going to have obviously the Last Breath and the rally effect. So it is really just pretty messed up in the mirror because whoever gets the Scion down first, I mean, there's no escaping what he tries to do. Even if you're at 20 HP now, if you're Owie, I think he knows deep down inside that unless he finds his own Scion. And even then,
because you have to be the one that's attacking to get the overwhelm. You can get Flame Chompers out here to stop the Reborn Grenadier. But wants to keep the Flame Chompers. Wants this as a surprise to drag something to the side and maybe get a little bit more damage through, perhaps.
14 HP stolen Nexus for Broken Ball. The top deck here is going to be massive for Owie. It has to be a Scion, and it is not. It's a survival skill. The second one coming in, which is just not going to really cut it here. You have the Axes, you have the Flame Chomper to drag as well, but you have the Time Winder and they get excited, even just as removal tools here. The moment, the attack comes in, you have to get excited to kill the Draven, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got the discard here. Put the Axe on the Draven. Get the Twin Blade Revenant. Get another attacker, another threat in play. But Broken Ball just has some responses here again with the Time Winder to get another Twin Blade Revenant if need be. Scion being dragged to the side. Get excited, my own Scion, looking to be a valid line of play here, Panda.
I mean, you're kind of laughing, but it is guaranteed lethal. If there isn't a Whirling Death. But unless Owie commits to under 3 mana, I think we won't be seeing a get excited onto your own Scion from Broken Ball.
I mean, yeah, that is very, very all in. Yeah, I can't even attack here, recognizing the implication.
Recognizing the get excited seppuku would be activated. Like, no, I can't go there. I can't go that far. This is like when you make an attack and you pretend you have like a pill cascade. If they block into it, it's the same, but with whirling death now. It's like, I'll make the attack pretending I have whirling death to stop a Scion reborn from attacking me after you kill it yourself.
And here it is. And look, Broken Ball doesn't even need to develop anymore. Gladly takes the pass, wants the attack token back. Had already had his hand open, said, give me the attack token, please.
That's going to be it. Nothing you can do. The new emotes at least showing up from Owie, but the damage comes in. Broken Ball gets the bracket reset, gets the game 2, gets the clean sweep here. And Owie loses his first competitive series in a tournament environment. For the past 2 weeks, he's beat all the players in the world. Obviously, the single elimination in seasonal, so he had to win all. Well, maybe he lost a few open rounds in actually, but from the main seasonal until now, had not lost a series. And Broken Ball is the one to do it to him. And we have a game or a series number 2 coming up very soon between these two players.
Yeah, the bracket reset. I mean, the blessing, the passive prophecy of Fight Night Legends EU is the bracket reset, and that's greater than any player's hot streak or seasonal winning powers available here. So again, the last set they played was a 2-1. It was still very close, and that was just an example of Broken Ball getting the matchup he wanted in game 1, and then, you know, Owie just whiffing on the Scion there in the mirror match for game 2. And so if we shuffle the cards and play it again, we'll see what happens.
That's the main thing, I think. You can analyze the entire series, but it comes down to Scion not coming up from that rummage. And what was, I think, somewhat in favor for Owie with that game, the pressure he put in the early mid game, the work he did to put the Nexus down to 14 HP. Scion just wasn't there to capitalize on it going into that turn 7. That was, again, his turn 7, so he had that advantage as well. In that case, not really there. But looks like a bracket reset. Looks like the series, or the queuing order here is going to be the same here. Although the boards are a bit... Oh, no, never mind. Yordle Squire. Okay, Yordle Squire isn't actually in this deck for Owie. So it'll be Fizz Nami versus Poppy versus Lucian for Broken Ball.
And so we've got a little bit more early game, a bit more aggressive coming from Owie. Broken Ball has the Stony Suppressor, which maybe helps out of stopping the pranks from coming through. But no sharp sights available yet, so the elusives do have a window of opportunity to still swing through for a lot of damage. We've got Young Witch and Laurent Protege, so things could go either way. Shelly's in hand, a Nami would be fantastic, but the window of opportunity for elusives is very, very dependent on the quality of Broken Ball's draws.
And for Shelly, if you want to play 2 spells a turn to buff your entire board, they're going to be quite expensive because of the suppressor coming down immediately onto the board. And you can't even get any, you know, surprise combat tricks because they are going to be focused. So you can't really do them on the stack once the suppressor commits to blocking. And it might not even block in this case.
I also like getting the tiny spears here from the Yordle Squires. The extra attack is obviously exactly what you want. Threatening the Stony Suppressor, threatening 5 damage here on round 3, and Broken Ball might take this damage and say, okay, now I'm going to play the second Stony Suppressor and we'll have a real match. Or, oh, sacrifices it and only wants to play single Stony mode.
And there's the book. Yeah, I mean,
it's an interesting idea. If you if you set up second Stony Suppressor, you are basically taking away all of Owie's spells, I think. But you're also taking away a lot of your options for Relentless Pursuit and Sharp Sight and whatnot. So we'll see if a double Stony is the correct line.
the pranks are no longer so funny when you have to, you know, spend 3 mana to prank your opponent. It's not as comical. You're not laughing as much anymore. The suppressors are here to suppress any fun happening on your opponent's side of the board. No spells allowed. No pranks. This is a serious grand final.
I know. The bracket reset into Fleet Feather Young Witch. No elusives to stop this. You have to cast a spell to give Fizz elusive. So he's just going to get pulled to the side by the Fleet Feather tracker anyway.
Purple
and
Berry
now
Shake.
The board control.
It
like
doesn't
work.
It's like
it doesn't
temporal
work, right?
standalone.
It makes him a 3/3. It doesn't give +3/+3. It sets the stats to 3/3.
Not a good start for Owie. Everything going wrong. Ultraman
Oh no.
with the host distracted him. Purpleberry Shake was committed, but the Fizz ended up dying there as well. And he just can't handle it. Suppressor is suppressing everything. The brain wavelengths, the card cost. It's all going downhill here with the Fizz Nami deck.
I mean, to be fair, with the Young Witch and Laurent Protege and Fleet Feather Tracker, the Purpleberry Shake wasn't gonna like protect anything. But it was just a shame to get rid of that mana. Maybe you use it just to get rid of the mana, so that you can get more spell mana for Nami. But man, this deck is being forced to play honest, and that is not something you ever want to hear when you're playing elusives. 13 HP though. I mean, he's still getting that chip damage in. All Broken Ball has done is developed a lot of disruption, a lot of challenger units to keep the board under control, but does not yet have any threats, real threats of his own. No Poppy or Lucian.
Yeah, a Scyther top deck would have been fantastic there. For Broken Ball, full board, 6 mana, would have been ideal, but instead finds yet another Protege and doesn't really have like the exact attack total to kill the Shelly, for example, on the swing. So it's going to be a 2-step process, maybe with the Relentless Pursuit, which just costs 5 mana, so he does have enough to play it out here.
Oh man, the Mirai Songstress is going to be a 5 mana 3/2 elusive. You gotta cast a spell first. I guess you can go for Trinket Trade, get a body with an Octopus to get the 1/1.
You can prank though. You can make the Pursuit 7 mana. So Scarzig, you have to adapt to the game plan. You have to be thinking about, what advantages can I get? What's the scary thing here? Pursuit. What do I have to do? We have to play Prank and hit the Pursuit in hand, obviously, for +2 cost.
That's true. That is very true. You're just developing chumps, and look at all these challenge units coming through. Broken Ball has chosen violence this day. Says there shall be no fun, no pranks, no Fizz Nami. And honestly, looking at the previous bracket reset and this first match, I don't even understand how the last game ended up being so close. Their previous series at the start of the tournament where it was 2-1. It was just maybe, I think what it was is the Fizz Nami was hitting the Draven Scion, and just when you're forcing Lucian Poppy to try to go 2-0 against the other deck, and maybe just didn't line up very well.
Yeah, I think we just lost this matchup because we were casting the other semifinal. We went in for the game to be only, which I believe it was Draven Scion versus Nami. It was probably just the case that, he lost his first matchup every series, which is a lost matchup. He won the mirror because I think his deck is a bit better for the mirror. It's less, weird with the tech choices that Broken Ball has, which are not really meant for the mirror, I think. And then he just got the win with Fizz Nami against Scion, which we saw happen 3 times already in the series against Lobster as well.
And so we'll see, if once we go into the next match, if they play that Scion Draven mirror again, who's going to be favored with the attack token on 1. Owie just taking a deep breath, shaking it off, resetting the mental to head into the next round. From a position like this, where your opponent's literally just hard hating on everything your deck wants to do, it feels really bad to try to come up with a game plan here.
The +2 on Pursuit. Do it. Yeah. 7 mana Pursuit. Still worth it though.
Relentless Genic Beam gonna take all the mana here in order to rally.
It's happening. The first ever 7 mana Relentless Pursuit. I guarantee you, this is the first one in the entirety of Runeterra's history that's been cast. I pinky promise. This is for sure. Riot told me the stats. I got my earpiece on. They just said this is the highest cost Pursuit that has ever been casted and will ever be cast.
Oh my god. All the Lulu Zed rally players in chat are cringing right now at seeing such an expensive rally.
They've never gotten to 7 mana in their games. They've never even gotten there. So I mean,
the highest prank I've seen so far was my opponent pranked me all the way up to 8 mana Pokey Stick.
That's a subconscious hate towards Harry Potter, I think. Some early childhood PTSD.
We still got 3 damage coming through. No sharp sight to stop this. The double Stony was just an excellent draw. Had the Ranger's Resolve as well to protect the first, and just stacked it. Went all in. Got the challengers. And even without the challengers, if this was like Lucian and Senna, even if you weren't getting the elusives out of the way, just threatening so much damage through, probably would have been winning as well. Just because you're taking away the ability for your opponent to use the spells to give Fizz elusive and activate Admiral Shelly and activate Nami. Because Shelly hit the board and just couldn't do anything. 6 mana AoE +1/+1 is not it, Chief.
And there's a quick attack on one of the proteges. The other one will be trading out, but opening space for the Bannerman to come down next turn. And just because there are going to be no units, you can finally attack with the suppressors for the most part. We'll see, going to be expensive, but at this point in the game, adding, the extra cost here won't matter too much because there's so much mana to work with and not much fuel actually in Broken Ball's hand. A Sithria top deck would also be pretty amazing if he is to find it. Or another pursuit would be fine as well.
So the Bannerman is indeed getting pranked there. It turns out that PV is French for HP. Point de vivre. But here comes the Lucian as well to take advantage of this Bannerman buff. And Hidden Pathways.
Leaving you 3 mana to play out. Well, you have the Nami that can attune. You have the Otterpuss that can prank. And you have the Kelp Maiden that can block for nothing. So none of these 3 are options on defense. There's only one card left to prank, and it's never going to be used because there aren't many spells that are not burst speed in this deck for Fizz Nami. And looks like Owi is in big trouble. Another big swing comes in here.
Yeah, the Sony suppressors joining in on the fun. 17 HP. It's funny, like despite the very commanding position that Broken Ball has, because the early game has just been all challengers and controlling the board and just stopping Aoi's game plan. There hasn't been that aggressive swing just yet. So despite everything, I think that it is pretty funny to see both players at even Nexus health.
Oh, he has to play the Nami out here. Has the ebb and flow that will be notified, actually. So finally, you find a target for the Notify here. You can buff the Kelp Maidens quite a bit as the only elusive unit, but I don't think enough to get to 7 HP onto the 7 attack onto the Nexus for Broken Ball. It would be quite the win if we were to get it after this kind of game here.
Yeah, because now each ebb and flow is 4 mana. So you only get 1 ebb. You got to go for Prank, Tiny Spear. The Young Witch is there to chump block the Kelp Maiden.
You only have one more spell that you can play here.
Oh, that's right. It can't be notified because of the mana increase. Oh my god. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't go off of base cost.
And there's an elusive blocker anyway, so I mean, regardless of even without the elusive blocker, you don't have a 7 attack, which is the main thing here. Even with the Nami buffs, you only reach 6.
Yeah, not enough mana. There's been a few matches when we were spectating Aoi earlier in the broadcast. There was a few matches where just barely able to get over the finish line with the elusives, right? The theme of the early bracket was just this deck ending the game 1 turn before the opponent was going to hit you for lethal.
In this case, the full army has been assembled. Kind of a, not a very strong army, but there's a lot of them. It's been a very slow death here for Owi because there hasn't been a Sithria coming down. And the suppressors weren't attacking in the early game, but still, the lethal does, I think, finally come in here. The third suppressor has been drawn in case we need a bit more suppressing.
Oh my god. The pranks versus just the passive prank statue. It's like the Stony Suppressor pranks everybody. I love it. So there it is, game 1 going to Broken Ball in the bracket reset series. So one more game for Broken Ball to take this Fight Night EU championship away from Owi. But, with the extra buffer, that extra life is the way you like to put it, Panda, that Aoi has, shuffling the cards, playing out another set, there's a lot of room for, for a comeback to happen here.
Not just that, but I think we didn't see a semifinals, the first one that were played out between these two players. This is the rematch, of course, but I'm going to have to expect that the same exact thing happened. And regardless of Owie now being on the back foot, I think he isn't in that bad of a position. I think he has a good matchup with his Scion discard. Listen to this mirror match. Of course, it's a mirror match. Anything can happen. And with the Nami Fizz list as well.
Oh, baby. And here it is, the mirror match. Owie has the attack token and Scion in hand.
No Grenadier, though, for the extra juicy start, and no Draven. Never mind, Draven is in hand right now. Was top deck for that turn 3 coming in. But you're going to have to discard the Scion here and hope you draw him later, it looks like, if you're Owie.
Discard the rummage.
No.
Discard the rummage. Believe in yourself. Believe in the curve.
In this last series before the bracket reset, he did not find the Scion on curve on turn 7.
But this is the big brain stuff when it comes to discard. Is what do you discard here?
He finds the Grenadier.
The Scion? No way. Oh my god, what a hero. Says, you know what? Scion's going back in the deck. I've got Rummage. I've got Grave Physician. I've got enough card draw. I'm swinging in. We'll see what happens.
Though. What do you mean? This is the optimal play. Overwhelm on your Zonite. That's the key. The key to winning. Think about the... Actually, there's not even a Poro Cannon elusive to block. Look at that. Look at that. 1 damage going to sneak in here. Doesn't even take the block, of course, because it doesn't have a fearsome blocker. But now...
You got Draven and everything's back on track. You can get the burst speed Reborn Grenadier. Broken Ball also getting the Reborn Grenadier to help block this turn.
I figured his attack pattern might change a bit once the Ephemeral came down, but he's like, nah, just put them all in. Put them into the blender. Gonna be just a Draven attacking. Getting the axe here.
I think this is the first time we've seen Fallen Rider as well just being played out as a 2-mana 3/1 rather than getting the Risen Rider as the 4/2.
It's happened before with Broken Ball not having that much of a clean discard synergy if he doesn't find Draven. Now he does, which is great for him. Obviously now somewhat on curve on turn 4, but we said it before, without him having Poro Cannon, certain cards, it makes it maybe a bit harder for him to have the clean discards every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even Owie opting for a similar line.
They tend to just
wanting to get away the not wanting to get rid of the axes and saving them for Rummage, it looks like.
And in this situation, they do the same thing.
Yeah,
3 or 4 attack, 1 or 2. There's no pings in this matchup, obviously, between these two players, so they end up chump blocking the same, like some dredgers or just Fallen Rider into Fallen Rider. So it does end up being irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. And at this point in the game, you maybe want to force Broken Ball to start cashing in Time Winders and save your bigger units from Ravenous Flock down the road. So that might be another consideration as well. You're playing it out specifically as like a really juicy Time Winder target. But actually saves it. Gets another Grenadier to help block on defense. We're seeing the offensive and really strong defensive application of this card as well. When you see these mirror matches, especially like these aggressive, these aggro mid-range mirrors, it comes down to like getting maximum value, having very strong reads in combat, and just forcing the tempo in your favor. And looking at the board state with this attack, with the Whirling Death, and they get excited, oh, he might be in a position to take over the board.
Yeah, not quite a response from Broken Ball. The Aloof comes in, but no Scion in hand, so dodges that bullet. Already discarded his own Scion.
So, Aloof Traveler hit Twin Blade Revenant there, didn't it? That is huge. Getting rid of that before it can cycle back into becoming a lost soul.
He broke the infinite cycle of time. There's a Get Excited coming in now. Obviously, outside of combat, so Whirling Death can't be used as any kind of answer.
Yep, and there's the Get Excited. Clears the Draven. Very wide board for Owie. Swinging in here. No survival skills to protect the Draven, and because of the Sump Dredger, you can't save him either.
You do still have your own Grenadier in hand that you can get off with an axe, and also the fan favorite to play down just as a chump blocker, really, and also I guess to guarantee the Draven for next turn as well.
Yeah, so you're still able to kind of get back up on the horse after this swing goes onto your board. You can get the Draven to keep re-enabling your board. Broken Ball has the option to discard one Scion, of course, in order to maybe grant Overwhelm to one of these units, but
Will be the same thing happening again. We're gonna, it's gonna be turn 7, rummage into hoping to find the Scion, and if Owie misses it, he's gonna feel quite bad about giving that Zonite Overwhelm on turn 1.
I mean, I don't know if I would have done it, especially like it is results oriented thinking, right? To say I got punished in this really like unlucky specific way by not drawing this key card in the last match. But it's like the odds of by round 7 having a card that you have 3 copies of in your deck with this much card draw is low enough. And Owie just, as a seasoned player recognizes, I can't get bought into like petty superstition. And I'm just going to go in.
And there's going to be the axe added onto the Draven just to get the quick attack kill on the Aloof Travelers. And get the trade obviously completely in the favor of Owie without any damage being taken by Draven either, which is key to dodge the Ravenous Flock implications later on.
Yeah, I like that. I like that Owie blocked with the Aloof Traveler there to force the spinning
There's
axis.
the Scion. The
Rewarded.
Scion homework has
you see
been
the
done.
sigh of relief there.
Scion's gonna come in very, very big already, and not that much damage has been done to Broken Ball's Nexus. He will survive the first hit.
So let's see. You can spinning axe one Scion away if you're Broken Ball to put Overwhelm on the Sump Dredger and swing through. There is the Whirling Death from Owie's side. Rummage now going to come through. Another Scion, maybe too much of a good thing, has the Whirling Death at the very least. Gonna go wide here, getting the Risen Rider set up. The Grave Physician can't block the Fearsome, of course. There are no more axes in Owie's hand. And now Broken Ball might not take this swing, ironically. The Whirling Death would be really devastating, but I think that because of the situation at hand, you have to try to put pressure down and by some miracle survive the next turn and then have your own Scion finish the job. So now we've got Scion v Scion, but with the Overwhelm being in Owie's favor, it clears the body, but the damage coming through is going to be very much in their favor.
And the biggest thing is that Get Excited could have been, still hovered there for 3 mana, but that would mean a Get Excited not going face, for example, and with a hand that Owie had, I think that was a play he had to make. And I think he's going to be happy with that play. Scion coming in, leveled up. You did discard 41 stats worth of attack there. And how do you stop this now if you are Broken Ball? I think you cannot. I guess with your own Scion, that's one way of stopping at least most of the damage from coming in.
Yeah, because you're gonna take 4. You're gonna take 10 overall, right? Because you've got the Overwhelm damage coming through on the first half, and then Overwhelm damage coming through on the second half. Because Broken Ball actually rallies, so he gets to attack first, actually.
You do have the axes for a fearsome blocker.
Mm-hmm. And the Roar of the Slayer from second Scion is being protected on both sides by the
you don't have mana
Rider
here.
and the Grave Physician, respectively.
Yeah, but Owie doesn't have mana to cast it, actually. That's a bit in favor of Broken Ball here in this situation.
Yeah, because after the rally, the Overwhelm, it's just going to be Overwhelm trades here. Broken Ball swings in. Then Owie has to block. And then Broken Ball has his, my goodness. Broken Ball, you got to swing here, right? Because then the attack token comes back to you. You get to play second Scion. And then you finish. You get punished by Owie having second Scion? Or are you trying to set up something cheeky with Roar of the Slayer? ends the round. Gives the opportunity for Owie to be the one to attack here and take advantage of the second overwhelm instead. So
he might be with a whirling death possibility with the fallen 4-2 fearsome onto the Scion, then attacking with his own Scion, for example, and having it excited to finish. There's a lot of implications. I think,
yeah, there was no
cards.
whirling death there, but maybe get excited specifically. No, it would have to be, It would have to be like,
it would be a clean trade basically with both with the axes
survival
the
skills. It's still ephemeral though.
Yeah, but then it can still attack on that turn. Or no, I guess, yeah, the strike effect would kill it.
So I think, the reason you don't attack there with the second half is so that you're the one who gets to attack with your Scion second half first? Or second? Or is it just a matter of not attacking so that... I would need, that was a decision line that so much time has passed that I didn't have enough time to actually see what was going on there. These players, Broken Ball has probably played the mirror a lot in his practice group and his scrims and has met up with that situation multiple times. And there's probably some sort of plus EV reason that you just pass there and let the Scion return die and waste the rally.
In this case, the survival skills now. There's the axe to trigger it as well onto the Scion here.
Yeah, no block. See, he doesn't even want the... Oh, he doesn't want the rally to go through. You need to win specifically on just open attack.
And he's at the mercy of Get Excited, but there is not a Get Excited in hand here for Owie, so it was a big risk, obviously.
Yeah, and no rummages in Broken Ball's variant.
Can be top deck tier. Is a Time Winder instead. Opens up the Ravenous Flock possibilities on a few units at fast speed.
Scion going to get pulled to the side by the Twin Blade Revenant. But you want the Twin Blade Revenant to damage your Scion so you can flock. But with the overwhelm damage plus the Poro, plus 2 spinning axes in hand, I think this is going to be lethal for Owie here.
If you Time Winder now, you know there's another Poro coming still. If you Time Winder something else to have the Ravenous Flock enabled, then you're leaving a Poro kind of unblocked or undealt with to put axes on it if you need to.
So I think you Time Wander the Poro in the... No, even if you Time Wander and Poro the Scion, the Ravenous Flock doesn't kill the front half. You'd have to double Ravenous Flock to stop the front half of the Scion overwhelm, and then there's still the rally to deal with off of the Poro.
A lot of different things to think about in terms of what blocks what, how to deal with what damage, and the last breath effect on Scion adds another layer of complexity to what seemed like a very simple just bash the Nexus mirror.
Yeah, getting this late into the game, like playing around the rally and figuring out how your opponent's going to trigger their rally and when.
And survival skill is going to stop any kill on Scion that's being attempted here, it looks like.
Has the second Lost Soul, so there's actually Twin Blade Revenant available as well, so this is going to be lethal. Both blockers get dragged down to the bottom, and plus the rally, even if you have double Ravenous Flock, it isn't going to be enough, it looks like. You can hard cast the survival skills right now to save your 2 blockers against the rally, but that's too much damage coming through.
The key thing is you just drag the Scion out of the way, so it's just completely irrelevant, and that's going to be the surrender there from Broken Ball. Owie takes game 2 of this bracket reset series, and as usual, as is customary, as is tradition, game 3 of the bracket reset in Fight Night Europe. That's, it couldn't be any other way, and Owie and Broken Ball are now learning this fact as well.
Yep, so now for game 3, Broken Ball is going to be on his more controlling, more teched Scion Draven variant, and Owie will be switching back to the Nami Fizz that has been tragically getting farmed by Lucian Poppy. Now has a chance for this Elusive Wing condition to really shine against a board-based deck. We'll see if the elusives come through, or if there's going to be enough early game Time Winders, maybe Risen Riders to swing through and deal that damage.
Double get excited there. Time Winder is, like you mentioned, a key card, I think. Get excited as well to some extent. And there's a very good early curve here for Owie. Has the 3 champions in hand with that Shelly being top deck there, and has the early curve with the Fizz and the Otterpuss as well.
So we got Fizz on turn 1. But fortunately, Broken Ball finally being blessed with the odd attack token. And the last time we saw this matchup, right, it was Owie was able to win on round 6. Right before Broken Ball was able to set up the Scion to finish on round 7. And we'll see with Fizz and Nami and Shelly in hand, all the recipe is there. The recipe for disaster, the recipe for destruction is all ready to go. And Broken Ball now just trying to get the board set up, trying to activate this Lost Soul, get a challenger unit in play to stem the tide of all these elusives.
And no removal spells whatsoever, no spells whatsoever in hand for Broken Ball. So the main thing here is that Fizz Nami may be able to win the game at a faster speed. A turn before Scion might come down and might be a threat. But there is interaction in this version of Broken Ball's list, but it's not in hand right now. And if he doesn't find it, we might see, the same thing happening that happened with Fizz Nami versus Discard against Lobster and against Broken Ball in the semis as well.
Yeah, Draven getting, so again, we saw this a little bit earlier from Broken Ball, willing to discard the Scions, right, and just go for, like, doubling down on the early mid-game, saying, I know this game is very unlikely to go that long, I'm going to put Overwhelm on the Draven and just punch through with my win condition. I'm going to take away the Otterpuss and all of the other chump blockers that this deck puts out while it's developing its elusive game plan.
Gonna prank here to leave space for the Zap to attune next turn. But once again, you can just do it next turn as well. But once again, just to have the Fizz elusive already enabled before the Zap spell, regardless of what it is.
Draven Scion, there's only a couple cards in the deck that really care about getting pranked. Maybe things like Get Excited or Time Winder. All of the units are just like, okay, if it gets pranked into unusability, I'll just discard it and just go about my day. Yeah, like even Survival Skills, because it has an on-discard effect. You have to hit the Fallen Rider, and you just discard that, so it becomes the Risen Rider instead. So a little bit of anti-prank coming through on this matchup as well. One of the other reasons I imagine this deck is very popular is it feels like you've got strong plays against Fizz Nami, one of the other popular new decks from the Beyond the Bandlewood expansion. We've come a long way, Panda. I feel like we've learned so much about the new decks over the course of today's broadcast.
Listen, this is my extended guide for the expansion. Now I feel prepared to face the beast on the ladder and to, bring out my own Fizz Nami.
I know. Fortunately, after the ladder reset, I don't have to play against any of the master tier players just yet. But looking at the attack token now on 5. Broken Ball now has access to the Twin Blade Revenant. A very key card here. Can answer the Nami, get that off of the board. Draven still has Quick Attack and Overwhelm. And there's a Fearsome Attacker as well. Just fantastic amounts of pressure coming through here. We could even see Reborn Grenadier to discard the maybe the Survival Skills. That's going to go over onto the Twin Blade Revenant here, actually. So it will live for another rep of Challenger.
There's a Yordle Squire possibly coming down with the +1 shield possibly, but I think that you're not going to survive anything. Even with a +1 shield, you're going to be at 4 HP for Nami, for example. So I'm not sure how relevant it will be.
Yeah, you could take the +1 spear to get a fearsome blocker for down the road. I see the Purple Berry Shake in Awie's hand. Oh my god, doesn't discard the Survival Skills, discards the other Reborn Grenadier to get a wide swing. Broken Ball saying, my win condition is forcing you to cash in your board, and if you do not and take all of this damage, you're suddenly under threat of double or triple Get Excited.
Well, we're considering, there's a few units here that he's just happy to give up. The Otterpuss, the Yordle Squire, they're not elusive, so it really is irrelevant to his game plan. It's all about just having the elusive attackers, maybe getting down Shelly on the next turn with full spell mana and getting some buffs on the board.
Goes for the pokey stick, wants to draw a card, looking for maybe stress defense.
Gets another Otterpuss, gets the Yordle now to be able to block Fearsomes as well.
Yeah, so Nami gonna go down here to the Twin Blade Revenant. Very nice value trade here.
And again, not caring at all about this 2-2 Grave Physician because he knows that, that's not his game plan. His game plan is just trying to get maximum damage and stop, once again, the double get excited possibilities. And he can only do that by blocking the 3-2 here instead of the 2-2. So shades of, all the matches we've seen before with Nami, the same thing has occurred before, and always ready for this.
Kept down to 7 HP. And I mean,
Zap Sprayfin, Shelly next turn, and then just a full swing with all his elusives, and he might still do it once again.
Let me see. So with Fizz leveling up, that'd be a 3-2, 3, 7, 10.
That's it. There's no
13.
We have to see the Sum Dredger interaction as well to see what the draw is and if there's any interaction here. You have the Purple Berry as well on the Fizz right now. You get a 3-3. There's a Get Excited.
So Get Excited needs to come through on the Shelly before the shield comes through. You can do Tiny Shield onto the Shelly to make it a 3-4. You have to Get Excited the Shelly right now. Because now even if spells come through on the stack to buff the rest of the board, at the very least Shelly is the most preventable damage here.
And that was the top deck that Broken Ball needed. And there's not enough spell mana for Owie to go for a rally with the Trickster with the Fizz spell, while also getting Fizz elusive right now to get the first attack swing in.
Yeah, not enough mana. Not enough for a lethal. And with Draven, let me see. Now, the thing is like, Owie can't end the game this round, right? But can Broken Ball end the game next round? Owie is in the position like, what if there's Scion? What if there's Scion? But we see in the hand that there isn't. Is there enough of a wide board with the Get Excited being forced to go to?
Could have also bone skewered the Shelly.
All right, goes for Trinket Trade, gets the Make It Rain, takes the Jettison as an extra spell over the Pokey Stick.
He's going for maximum damage here, and he's gonna have enough with the Fizz level up as well.
So that is the lethal, the level up for the Fizz.
Everything that some people think is wrong with the game, creation of spells, elusive, it's all happening here live on Fight Night to take the win here. Owie takes the game 3, takes the series, and takes the tournament, trying to find whatever outs he could after Broken Ball put Get Excited on this trade. And he found it. He found the way to do it. It wasn't the most conventional way. You had to hope for the right burst speed 1 mana spells, but he found them there with Jettison to get all the buffs in. With 4 mana, he played out 4 spells to get double buff procs from the Shelly before it died. What a win. What an explosive win. And Owie, once again, won seasonal and wins Fight Night back to back.
Whew, man, like seeing that line, recognizing it's the old TF Fizz instinct of the 1 mana spells will save me.
Surely it's over.
I think that everybody, when TF Fizz was at the height of its power, everybody lost to like a generated Rummage or a Yeebin Warned or something like that, or a Parley for like that extra 1 damage. And you're like, oh god, no. But that was wow, to see the control from Broken Ball there, right? To see the threat level, and Owie, that Fizz Nami, there's tons of games where it's in control and it's doing its win condition and it's hitting you for tons of damage. And then there's games like that where you're just barely able to squeeze enough damage out of the deck to get over the finish line. But I'm just getting word, we're going to have an interview with our newly crowned winner, of course, and we will get to that after we get them set up after this short break. So stay tuned. We'll get a little bit more insight about Aui's meteoric rise to fame and recent hot streak. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night EU. We want to thank you for your patience while we got Owie, our newly crowned winner, set up for his interview. He's joining us now. We're just going to ask him a quick few questions about his tournament performance and the meta game before we sign off for today. How are you doing, my friend? Can you hear me?
We'll make it as easy as possible. First thing I want to ask, of course, new meta, new decks, new expansion. You brought his Nami and Draven, Scion. Do you think these are the two kind of big, strong tier 1 maybe or high tier 2 decks that have come from this new expansion? Or is there more to experiment and explore with still?
Oh, it's clearly experimentation. I try these two decks. It's the two first deck I try and I do in YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very funny to play a new mechanic, this card, and Nami is very strong for for on dit volley for big games with elusive. So yes, two good new decks, but we need more time to know if they are very good in the meta.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if these decks have staying power or if it's just early day shenanigans. They're just doing well right now before they're countering it. Was there a third deck that you were considering bringing, or only these two that you knew were the best that you wanted to bring?
No, I don't have search too much for Giant Slayer. No time, but thinking playing Zigstalia or Veigar Senna. I have 4 deck actually to play with a medium level.
So those are the next two on your list, basically. And of course, thinking about Worlds qualifiers, but I mean, first of all, Owie, you just won the seasonal. You come to Fight Night, you win this tournament as well. Are you going to qualify to Worlds? You're going to win Worlds? What's next for you? Because right now, you're on a very good form, and I think it must help your confidence and kind of this positive inertia. Do you feel now very prepared and very competitive going into qualifiers for Worlds?
Well, it's a card game. I think I have. You can't run so much competition in a row because you have to be unlucky or lucky. And no, I think we are so much with a good level in this game, and no, I can't run all tournament, of course.
But you're gonna try at least.
Yeah, the hard part was qualifying, and now getting to Worlds, you can definitely do your best. Do you think that these new decks will make it to Worlds, or will players stick with the old decks from the previous seasonal mostly?
Depend on the meta. I think elusive is a good. It can be take for a good tournament, but we need to test versus Azirelia versus Severe Action. We need to compare Jinx Draven with Dravention. We need more time to test.
Yeah. And talking about testing, obviously, you've won this Fight Night tournament. You'll be invited to the next, which I believe there will be one next week, as far as I know. And you'll have a chance to experiment and bring more decks as well. Is there anything specific that you have an idea of that you haven't played yet, but you think might be good? Some kind of surprise maybe, or something that you've like theory crafted but haven't played yet, haven't had the chance to play on ladder?
I don't understand.
Is there any deck that you would
new deck that you're going to test?
I will I will build a Ziggs text, but it's very difficult. This should takes a good deck with Talia. I love it, and I want to play it
Okay.
a little more for see if he is good just um, or just actually because it's the zoo in a leather. But yes, I believe other decks with unexplored champion are good.
Yeah, it's still very, very early in the season. We saw Sari in this tournament. He got top 4 with a Ziggs Talia deck as well. So it can definitely be maybe a strong archetype. And I'm very excited to see what your take on it might be and what your list might look like, because I definitely will be stealing your Fizz Nami list and playing it on ladder this weekend. So thank you, Owie, for that great performance today and showing us how powerful the deck can be as well. And overall, just congrats, not just on this tournament win, but also on the seasonal. I wasn't able to interview for that tournament.
Yes.
So again, congrats there.
Yes,
as well.
You see, it's very difficult for me to speak
next time.
English.
When you win Worlds, just do an interview. Don't worry about it. I think it's more than fine.
Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Scarzig, and bye.
Take care.
Yeah, have a good one, and congratulations once again. So again, that was our newly crowned winner, Aoi, who is coming off of not just this Fight Night EU win, but also won the seasonal. He really likes the new decks that people are experimenting with in the new metagame, has his sights set on Ziggs Talia as the next deck building challenge that he wants to experiment with, and wants to do a lot more prep heading into the World's metagame. He wants to see how these new decks compare to the heavy hitters like Azir Aurelia, and whether or not Draven Scion really will truly replace Draven Jinx. So that is going to be something we'll have to see.
And that will be it for us today for this tournament. There is no America's Fight Night today because tomorrow there's going to be a Bandlewood Invitational Tournament, 10 regions, 10 players from different parts of the world. Mostly, some competitive players, but mostly content creators and streamers. And of course, prize money going to charity. So a great event and initiative. And our very own Scarzig will be casting alongside the big boss Casanova. So going to be a very exciting one tomorrow. Just a great format and I think idea overall and initiative. But also we're going to have 2 great casters as well. So definitely very excited for that tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We're going to be showcasing, the individuality and strengths and weaknesses of each individual region with, again, the money going to a great cause. And, that's going to be tomorrow at 8 a.m. So early in the morning, Pacific time. And that's why, again, there's no Fight Night NA, because there's going to be all hands on deck helping out and prepping for that tournament. So make sure you tune in and support your favorite content creators.
And for Europeans, that will be, I think, around like 3, 4, 5 p.m. in the afternoon. You can, of course, Google 8 a.m. PST to my country or my city, and you'll get your answers better than we will give them to you, because it is sometimes very confusing. But that will be all from us today. Hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, the cast. Congrats once again to Owie and to all the players that brought a lot of great decks, had the courtesy of having a gentleman's agreement and not bringing Action Sivir, although a few Azir Aurelia slid through the cracks. Dilton and Coinflip, I'm looking at you. But hopefully, we'll keep the gentleman's agreement for the rest of Fight Night history. I wish. I think it's not going to be the case, but it would be the ideal world. But that will be it from us today. Hope you guys enjoy the tournament and take care. Enjoy the weekend.
Have a good one.